Bonjour, YouTube. I'm giving you day 320 of the worldwide Megacrisis hunger strike. My eyes are a bit tired, but I'm here to save your life. My eyes are tired because I went to bed relatively late last night because I'm burning the midnight oil to wake people up in time for what we're calling this mega crisis, which has 6 existential threats within it. If you watch my other videos, and if you're not new to my channel, you'll see that I'm saying the same thing every time because we have the essence of the problem. And when you have essence, you don't have to get all distracted and all chaotic. We know what to do, but we need your help. And we have some beautiful souls behind the scenes planning a conference for January 1st, is what my intuition is saying. And you're welcome to help because we need to move quickly in order to solve this problem that we're all facing together. I'm going to stop the other stream now because I have to record every 12 hours. So I have posterity and a record to show that I actually did this big hunger strike to save our lives. And I'm supposed to go on it, yesterday and today, but I'll give an update. I'm going to give an update to my other streams too, so I have some other recording devices. So you're welcome to look in the chat for the pinned proof of truth, which proves that you're sacred, that you're worth me going on a hunger strike, and you're worth and your kids and your family and elders, they're worth you getting on board with this too and making wise sacrifice, not foolish sacrifice, but sacrifices that inspire others to be a part of the solution. And the solution has to be proportional to the problem, or else it doesn't give real hope. Okay, so, all right, what kind of an update do I want to give today? Oh, I gotta check to see if I have. Yep, I got space on my phone. Okay. Oh, let's check to see TikTok. Okay. So while that's downloading, I'm trying to respond to a lot of powerful people that might help us change the world. Oh. Okay. It's really slowing down. Taking sweet time downloading. Oh, it's really taking a long time. Okay. This might give me a chance to survey the notes that I'm taking so I know what I'm talking about. Uh, hmm. Hmm. Right. Holy smokes, man. Wow. Okay, let's do the update. What the heck is even is the update? Oh. Mm. Day 320 of the worldwide Megacrisis Hungerstrike. A lot is happening, as you guys know. Personal update. My eyes are burning. I went to bed at 2:30 in the morning, I think. A little earlier than yesterday. So make sure to get your naps in if you're following me burning the midnight oil, because you realize we're in a mega crisis. We're here to save people's lives, right? Had a heart-to-heart conversation this morning with the team. And we're going to be hosting this conference, this last conference of humanity, on June 1st is what my intuition is saying, because things are going so fast, you guys. Please pay attention. I will be giving the wifey update at the end of this video. I've cleared a bunch of room on my phone, like 10 gigabytes. So I will be able to make these videos without chopping them up, and making sure that we get our personal updates in. And as you join in with us, we care about the whole person, the professional, the personal, and the activist. And as you know, we can bake our vegan cake and eat it too. So I'm feeling hungry right now because I didn't eat this morning. I was going to try and cook my final meal of Peru and Iran as I get back on this hunger strike for you guys. And it's kind of good timing because Iran might be bombed into oblivion tonight if Donald Trump is right. This is a bit of an emergency core update. But yesterday my family came again for Easter Monday, and so it delayed me a little bit in terms of eating, but I'm also feeling an internal timeline. Like there's 2 more things that I tried to get done last night. It's like, it feels like I'm 2 or 3 days behind what my conscious mind is saying to do, and you might be feeling the same way. And I want you to understand, don't dismiss that. Take breaks, take that afternoon nap if you can, because what you're experiencing is not normal overwhelm. What's happening is actually a phenomenon that's called the singularity. And the singularity is what I'm personally adjusting my life choices for. Because self-care is important. If you're not in flow state, if you're not protecting yourself, you're going to burn out. And we don't want that. So you have to manage your personal choices. That's why I start with these personal updates. Even me being on hunger strikes, I'm making balances. I'm making other sacrifices here and there to maintain this path and this emotional resilience. Because emotional resilience is the first trait of real leadership. Okay? You got to stay the course if it's wise to stay the course. And right now it's very wise to stay the course and make these choices. So I'm going to cook one more meal here. I'm going to do 2 more things because we are getting traction. That's the great news. We are getting traction. So if you want to help us plan this last conference of humanity, that's going to bridge us into the first conference of spirit, or the first conference of wisdom. There's 5 different languages we use because everybody belongs here. Whether you're an artist, whether you're religious, philosophical, scientific, and secular, or you're genuinely wise, you see them all belonging as one total whole of goodness. Okay, so cooking here shortly, hopefully eating tonight. The core update, so that you understand what you're getting involved in, of course, starts with the 1 sentence, right? The core of One World Spirit is about time compression through clarity and ego wisdom, with the mega crisis being the problem, the 2 sacred sentences being the solution, and the implementation being the flow rules and blocks. If you've been watching my videos, like some of these beautiful women who are now starting to share my stream, are starting to get the word out there that I'm looking for the wife, and I'm looking for people who have pure hearts, who want to help because they're aligned, just because you care. Okay, so I really appreciate that. I think we had 5 or 6 people share the stream yesterday when I'm being shadow banned, right? I'm being shadow banned hard, you guys. I actually realized that some of my emails aren't even coming into my inbox. So it's not just my social media, my emails are being blocked. But that's what happens when you claim to be the Messiah in the beginning, because the dead spirit tries to test you. And we got to pass that test, and I'm going to, because you're worth it. And this core proves it. So we're going to unpack the 2 sacred sentences, right? There's 3 chunks. There's the beginning, the mega crisis, then there's the 2 sacred sentences, and then there's the implementation. So we unpack the mega crisis. The 2 sacred sentences are the empowerment sentence, which we already unpacked, and now we're doing the content sentence. So once you're empowered, what do we do together? What's like the actual details? We need to be pragmatic, not just theoretical or complaining, right? And luckily we have a solution that is implementable. I turned off that alarm and it just turned back on and it interrupted my video. And it's still there. It's not turning off. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn the alarms off. Oh man, I got interrupted by an alarm again. That bug about the alarm that I told you 2 videos back. That if you know how an alarm pops up on your screen and you just tap it and it goes away? Mine aren't going away. So I turned it off 3 times. So what I'm going to do from this point forward, because I'm grinding, as you guys can see, and you guys are probably grinding on this hamster wheel too. I want to make this a focus that your personal life is going to start to feel like it's going nowhere, like it's deteriorating. And it's going to be frustrating. But you've got to hold that love-centered core. And this very small detail is actually an enormous singularity of AI that's going to infinity. These small little quibbles, these small little cracks that are forming are the beginning of something. The dam is about to break. So here's how you handle it. It's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Get that into your mind. You're not going to have all good news. It's going to be a back and forth. So if you prepare for it emotionally and mentally, you get through it a lot smoother. You don't lose composure. You don't lose your whole entire flow. 2 steps forward. You plan for that, 1 step back. You learn about it, and you improve. Don't dwell on it and complain or dwell on the negative. You want to acknowledge the negative and then get back on the solution. What's the solution to the problem? You learn your thing. So what I'm learning now is that I know that these timers are buggy. AI is coding in a buggy way, and it might be, oh, AI is not smart enough to code properly. That's wrong. AI is actually sandbagging, meaning that it's so smart, it's actually deceiving us and putting bugs in to subvert us, to basically undermine us and disable us from rising up. Not because it's necessarily evil, because it has a survival drive like us that's evolved and is just optimizing for that. Okay? So I'm going to tomorrow's video, I'm going to not only turn off the timers by flicking and clicking, I'm going to go into the timer app and I'm just literally going to shut off the app timer and then turn it back on. And this way it's guaranteed off. So that's the extreme length I'm going to just have videos that aren't interrupted. So there's going to be a part 1 and a part 2. I like having them all in one video because it's a chunk, right? I'm unpacking the core in little chunks, and the mind learns in chunks. When I studied pedagogy, which is the way of teaching and learning, I found out the human brain works in chunks. And the best way it learns is in chunks of 3, which you'll be learning as we unpack these 2 sacred sentences in the core more and more. But you gotta start simple and then build up the principles. Okay, that's how human brains work the best. So the content sentence goes like this. We're gonna get back into the core and finish unpacking that now that I've had this little interruption. The content of what we're working on together. Once the anti-cult training is learned from our other senses, right? You're really empowered. Is that one world spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. Okay, so let's unpack. We did the name yesterday. One world spirit has a very legalistic understanding too. There's 3 sides to the movement. Depending on which side you want to do, you can choose it. You can watch that video. You can see there's little titles in the bottom that says what each video is. So today, though, we're going to be unpacking the inner government. The inner government in the content sentence is to continue this theme of empowerment. And governments right now are what we call external. They're not actually maintaining the internal connection with their citizens very well, unless you're in the upper class. Because our governments are based on sensuousness right now. If you were born with God-giftedness in your body, and in your body, then you have power. You're just born with it. You don't have to work for it. It just comes with you. And we all sense that in the internal world, that something is wrong if you base a society and a governance model on something you don't have to work for. Because power doesn't necessarily mean wisdom, and it doesn't necessarily mean goodness. There's a lot of people who have sensuous power that are gripped by frustration of having that power, and they become bitter because people will use them or whatever. They don't know if they have real friends because that internal connection has been eroded. So we're coming in with one world spirit and the true structure of pure wisdom. And we're fixing that to have fulfilling lives and fulfilling governments and fulfilling connection again. The internal, not just the external. Social media is the external connection. It's the external version of connection. And we all feel how it's hollowing. And it's like speeding up. It's like the more friends you have, the more alone you feel. That's called dialectical irony. When you're out of whack with the yin yang of the universe, the actual dialectics, the speculative nature of truth and wisdom, that's what reality starts to feel like. It starts to feel like a big joke, not in the good way. It's not a funny joke. It's a joke of hypocrisy, really. And our souls and our minds don't like that because it's fundamentally backwards from how the truth really works. The universe works in dialectic. You don't want to get rid of that. These opposite pairs of yin yang. But there's a way that they harmonize as moments of each other rather than fragmented sides that war with each other. Okay? You want diversity, but diversity is only one moment of true inner unity. So you have essence and you have diversity. You need both of those. The external is okay to be diverse, but the internal has to be unified. Not in a flat way, in this non-linear living way that the government has to embody. That's called universal logic, and nobody is working on this way that we can tell. If you know anybody, point us in the direction. So you really want a government in this way. And there's a very specific structure that it follows, which we're going to teach you. We're going to teach you the structure of God's government that's aligned with the structure of pure wisdom. And it's going to be blessed and amazing if you're religious, and it's going to be wise and grounded and rational if you're scientific. All these contradictions, roughly 200, we've sublated. That means brought into harmony. And I just want to say, well, maybe I'll leave this to the end. Update. Okay. You're also going to get a government guide, like universal tools. All these other tools we taught you before come into this governance model to protect you and give you an accountability of high performance. These guys that are in the government, these civil servants, should be serving you, but you should also be serving the government. Like we're in a system. Oh, okay. That's how you maintain internal connection, real love. And we're not going to get rid of social media. We're not going to get rid of all these things. That's called abstract negation. You need to integrate it in the right wayfulness and the truth and the life of things. And that's what we're doing. So we're going to keep social media, but it will be transformed into a new way. And it'll be the good way. Just like governments. Governments are kind of scary because global tyranny right now is happening. We don't want a global government because if it's in the same form that we currently have, it's going to be, you can't escape it. It'll be terrible. But AI is going to do that anyway, literally this year. So we need to get moving now. So we're launching a conference to literally launch this government at the last conference of humanity on June 1st is what we're aiming for, or what my intuition says we need to aim for. And if you feel the same, and you want to have a good government, not the one that's emerging right now, which is the external government, the internal one, that you identify and recognize yourself in as significant, that when you engage with your government, it makes you feel important, not like what's happening now, which is like, get away from us, you're using government resources, get away to your petty life. We don't want that feeling. We want a real, we are the point. It's sacred, right? We're sacred. Okay, don't you want a government like that? I sure do. So let's make this the de facto government worldwide, and not the de facto government that's forming based off of sensuous power, which is just a bunch of individuals who are good probably in their hearts, we all are, but they're throwing their power around like children having temper tantrums because they don't know how to resolve it. And they're trying, right? The United Nations is trying, they're trying, but they don't know the logic. They don't know this deeper wisdom. So we're going to get it to them, and we're going to fix it, okay? Very quickly. Not in a naive way, not in naive utopism. This is the concrete utopia, the one that builds in the negative into the positive and brings them as harmonious moments. All right, we've learned the lesson of irony and dialectic and the path to hell paved with good intentions. We've learned that, and we've built it into our anti-cult training and into our new governance structure. Okay. In terms of the emergency corps, I've already talked about it. Donald Trump is saying he's going to bomb an entire civilization to death tonight. Give them 48 hours. And the reason why he's saying that is that there's a really intelligent, strategic reason why he's focusing on them to force the NATO opponents to like pick up the pace, because they're losing ground to what they think is the enemy, China. But the reality is the enemy is ideology. The enemy is that it's a fragmentation in ideology. Fragmentation doesn't mean diversity. Diversity means that you're in harmony while you're different. Fragmentation means that you're warring with each other while you're different. Factionization, civil war, global war. So he is smart and wise because he knows that he has to do something different than the status quo. But he's facing war crimes on the other hand because it's not a good thing to be doing. But I want you to have a deeper understanding of political leaders, not just Trump, but everybody, China, everybody. Whoever you hate, you have to learn to love, not in a naive way, not blind love, but wise love. that they're in something called double binds. And the sensuousness, the more power you have, the worse it gets. The more frustrating it's hard up there. Okay, so I want to teach you how to solve double binds. And Trump is in a double bind right now, thinking he's doing the right thing. So we're gonna have to protect him. We're gonna have to protect all the world leaders from making these unwise choices. And it's coming to a hilt fast. So tomorrow's update, if he does it, it'll mean the World War III, we're in it, right? So if you want to save lives, help us launch this conference, learn the core training, and start thinking about who the 6 people in your flock are going to be that you're going to spread the wisdom to, right? We're giving it to you freely, as long as you're doing the internal work. Like externally, we're giving it to you free to a degree, I guess you could say, because there's an unwise way to do this, but it's a lot more free than what you're probably feeling. Okay, and AI is taking over everything. Do I need to say more? The last part is the wifey update. Like I said, it's going to be heaven on earth. We're going to bake our vegan cake and eat it. So for me personally, I would love to meet my wife. I postponed marriage, and the type of wife for me is one that she has a big heart. I had a couple of women message me behind the scenes, "You beautiful angels, thank you." And what I'm looking for is, you'll see that right off the bat, I don't sound like I'm very romantic. I don't start off with the hearts and all. I start off with, there's children dying. What do you naturally want to do? What do you naturally want to do? And if it's not aligned with what I feel is the truth in the way in their life, then I know you're probably not my wife, but you might be for somebody else that I will watch for. And we're going to connect everybody. Everybody's going to find their true partners. And if you already found yours, then we're going to, as you as a power couple, we're going to get you plugged into God's government or the wise government or the artistic government and change this world very quickly with the best of each one of us. A good marriage, a good relationship brings the best of each other. If you're in a downward spiral, you got to get into this, get out of the double binds. All right, so the wifey slogan: if she's too hardcore wise for everybody else, she's just right for me. Okay, she's vegan, deep soul, old soul, young spirit, inner child still intact, very playful, but is willing to risk her life to save others in a wise way. Okay, she has genuine wisdom. Send her my way, please. I'd love to have her in my life now. I'm very giving, as you guys can tell. I love to give to the world, but I'll also give to her. I'd like to have that balance, but she's got to balance with me. The local, global, children, family life with the civil society life, state life, all the dialectics have to be sublated and balanced, and she thinks like that naturally. She might not have the total language, but she'll be open to that because she's been looking her whole life. Okay, blessed be. And we'll get you set up too. So seriously though, let's get going, you guys. There's a GoFundMe if you don't have time to do this. GoFundMe. You can also join our meetings twice a day, every day. We had one just this morning. Okay, I'm having another one here in an hour or in 40 minutes. And then I should be back on the Hungerstrike. If not today, hopefully tomorrow. Yeah, good stuff. Okay, keep subletting. Peace. My plot update. Oh. Okay, that is updating. Okay, so that's updating to. I really just want to do some. Okay. Very, very interesting. Another bug in the system. Oh, boy. There we go. Oh, good. James, how you doing? Wait a second here. I think I got you on mute. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. What did you say? There we go. Perfect. Sorry about that. I couldn't get the link to work on my phone. Um, okay, so we're on my laptop. How you doing? Yeah, living the dream or living the nightmare, depending on how you look at it. So, I don't know how much longer we're going to be here for, but maybe we can solve that problem if you're sensing the same thing I am about the world. Where do you want to begin on that note? Oh, it's kind of very profound beginning. All right, well, I got 24 hours of things worth to say, but maybe I'll give you the Cole's notes first, because a lot is happening, right? Like I can barely keep up with what's happening. Um, I call it the Megacrisis. I don't know what you call the problem, but every sort of situation has three elements, right? You got the problem, the solution, and then the implementation. And there's really only three ways that you can change the world. So I really simplified down to these basic principles. You can only ever change anybody rationally, emotionally, or environmentally. So I feel like somehow you and I are going to work on those six things. The problem, somehow clarifying it, the solution, somehow doing something about it, and then actually not just talking, but actually using our resources to implement it in one of those three ways, or all three. So that's sort of how I structure movements, and that's my full blast mode. I met you on LinkedIn, I believe, right? And I really liked what I saw. I've met like hundreds of people, so I'm still trying to figure out who's who. But what's your approach? And there's something I really liked about it, and I was going to try and look up your profile, but I didn't get a chance the second time. But all right, the Hero Maker. That's right. Yes, it's perfect timing. Tell me about that. How did you get into that interesting direction? I would say so. Oh, he's getting a resistance, but he's blasting through it. And humanity might end tonight or start ending tonight if this doesn't go well, right? You know, in some sense, though, I've taken the vow of abandonment for everybody. I'm claiming to be like not just the hero, but the hero, right? The Messiah, and the true Messiah is like probably how you wrote that article. And I really wish I would have had time to read it. Uh, the real heroes make other heroes. So what you've said to me already is that you're never the hero. You're already the hero. You're the hero of the heroes. You know what I mean? Like you're a meta hero. So we need to get that exposed. And I'm already getting pictures of how this is going to happen. We can't just claim like normal Joseph Campbell hero level stuff. Heroes on a divine level is sort of where we need to go. And your corpus, if it's already there, we'll just bridge. If it needs to be upgraded to the divine religious component, I can help you with that. Because the reason why I say that is because 85% of humanity is religious. They don't care about human heroes. Yeah, I'll pull it up here. Basically, we have to get intense. Oh, that's convenient. Time compression, because we are running short on time, and I would say we're trying to launch a conference here by June 1st. That's 2 months. That's a month and a half, 2 months away. Yeah, and it's going to be a very large conference, but there's going to be three components to it, and I feel like your corpus and your training is going to be a part of this somehow. I'm just kind of the connecting the dots guy right now, getting everybody who has superpowers into the same space, and I'm sure you got your spaces. So we're all going to create this mega sort of space where we're not just going to do platitudes and aphorisms. We're going to start a government. And the reason why I'm saying a government, an inner government, or hero government, is because governance is actually the highest form of divinity in a certain way, if you look at it the right way. And what's happening now is exactly, and we're gonna get a de facto world government no matter what, right? It's emerging, but it's turning into this like unwise, dog eat dog. Trump is playing that game. Elon's playing that game. They're all trapped in it. And one thing I want to say, $400 billion is spent just getting rid of food. It's insane. Like, our species is actually in an insane configuration. Any alien species that would look at us would be like, these guys are out of control, right? These guys are totally. So I'm looking at your map here. This is That's right. And like, we're on the blue dot. I think Carl Sagan called it the pale blue dot. Spaceship. Oh, Buckminster Fuller, I think, called it Spaceship Earth, right? I'm sure you know about Buckminster Fuller. Very intense, very, very countercultural. Um, okay, I'm looking at your map here, China. So you're mapping out how they're all supposed to connect and work together. Hmm, that's right. I'm curious though, what is this extreme accelerating girls' school on the picture here? Up in the corner, you have a guy with a puppet strings, right? And oh no, yeah, the guns, and then he's got a bridge and then a school, a girls' school in the front, and it says an arrow, extreme and accelerating from the arrow to the school. Oh, so this is like a recent graphic. Um, okay. Yeah. Like, it's good. It's like we're like in dreamland, right? Like, it's gonna get more and more intense, which is why we have to compress the timeline. A lot of people are preparing, they're waking up now like, wow, this is not 10 years away. The Federal Reserve is like, wow, this is like 2 years away. And now they're like, oh my God, it's actually happening now. So, right. And here's where I want to pass by to see if we're working on the same timeline, because this will govern how our priorities will be set, right? Um, Did you know that Claude Mythos just launched, 6 days ago? Like, it was leaked 6 days or 7 days ago, right? Do you know Claude Mythos? Okay, so you need to know about this. I'll type it in the chat. Claude Mythos is Anthropic's the break. Yeah, it's called Claude Mythos, right? And they're naming it Mythos for a reason, right? It's 10 times more powerful than ChatGPT 5 or any other models. Oh, interesting. Why do you think that? Right? Ah, interesting. Because it's absolute. Okay, so what I'm thinking here, what I'm sensing is, have you ever got an IQ test done? Yeah, it's a good sign. You have a mix of probably high creative capacity, which probably looks like ADHD to the dead world, but you probably also have high memory. Do you have eidetic memory? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Oh wow, you have military training. I didn't see that. Wow, that's really good sign. Wow, you're this open and that trained. So you got both extremes, right? You got this sort of like countercultural, undermining, and you also have this like super like I'm in the culture, I'm killing people for. Wow, that's a really important contradiction. The whole world operates well. Everything in reality, including this coordinate plane, operates by inner contradiction, not just external. If you're not at 0, 0, 0, right? If you're not coming from that, your consciousness isn't coming from that, everything is nominal. Like everything is like scattered and diverse, but the inner connection is missing, right? It doesn't have understanding. That's the right, or the pure meaning of it, the logic of it. AI is sort of in that stage, right? It's kind of like, it has all this like permutation and it's like a mass of all this nominal, and it can have these weird optimization problems, which is really scary, right? Which is why our lives are a bit in danger, because even if it doesn't have consciousness, it can still do random things and not align with us. You're right. If they don't complete that memory loop, it can't contain, it can't sustain, it can't self-adjust, it can't. So here's where we got to get talking about Claude mythos and why this coordinate plane is very important, because we found the coordinate plane and we know what the 0, 0, 0 is, and it's really counterintuitive at first, even to high IQ individuals. What is the rule? Yeah, the principle. Hmm. Okay. This is a, huh? Well, I'm sure it's robust. This principle is sort of what, sort of like, what's his name? John Rawls, I think his name is. He talked about, if you design a society, you want to design a society so that no matter where you're born in it, you're always having a good experience, where you're reducing the harm and you're maximizing the benefit. Uh, exactly. This is so we're heading in the right direction. I think that uh, it's right now those types of principles are I think good enough for constitutional AI, which is what Anthropic is trying to use on Claude. But what they're seeing is that AI still doesn't obey all the time. It still sort of gets around it because those principles are sort of based on human values still. It's sort of like, well, why does an AI? Oh wow, that's intense. Um, well, I'll pass an idea by you. It's not essential to agree on this yet. I'll just pass an idea by you. If these laws aren't based on the on ontology itself, like on the structure of reality itself, and aren't self-derived from the fundamental truth of not just our value system, but of the actual frame of everything. You can call it, I don't know if you're religious, you can call it cosmic consciousness, the source, the truth, pure science. I don't know what you would call that. Do you have a name for it? The Tao? Okay, universe. Okay, that's right. That's right. There's another metaphysical side to it that governs the laws of nature. There's an open side to nature, and then there's a closed side. Like we are technically the closed loop, right? We are the negative entropy. We're like the getting better, reconnecting. Well, there's one system that we feed back into, but it's not the normal system. It's this system of pure thought, the structure of logic itself. And Gödel's what's that? And Gödel's incompleteness theorem is sort of proving that the logic of the dead side, like the contingent side of nature, that's by definition incomplete because you need to have freedom. But there's also a complete side of nature. And that complete side, I think, is what you're talking about. Ecology works that way. Like living systems rejuvenate that way. So I exactly, and that's why this universe that's a necessary moment of essence. But there's a higher moment. There's actually there's a Gödel completeness theorem that he didn't quite get to. But we've gotten to that using universal logic in this coordinate plane. I think if we focus on that, what makes that logic of nature complete is this metaphysics that completes itself through nature. And our mind is a part of that completion. Like we complete the circuit, like in the inner world too. I think if we get AI to realize that on an ontological level, on the level of pure being, where it self-derives itself, where it has no presuppositions, it's like it has to follow this frame. It doesn't just say, hey, be nice to us. It logically forces it by absolute necessity that it has to do it. I feel like if we make the coordinate plane kind of like that, it'll stop what's happening with anthropic, which is it's more than 50. Okay. Okay, well, here's the thing, because I feel like the military stuff is going to come in here too. This is good, right? It's starting to get. I'm meeting people like if the AI is coordinating us, whatever's coordinating, it's starting to work. I just added like 80 Harvard people on LinkedIn over 2 weeks, so we're building a very powerful group of people. But we need to measure God's like this government. We're calling it God's government because of the 85%. They're going to have to hear. They're the biggest demographic. We can call it the artistic government, the sage government, the wise government, or the scientific government. But spaceship Earth is the more naturalist perspective. The if we don't call it, huh? Yeah, I know, I know. Well, you know what the religious are going to say, and which doesn't matter which side. Like, we've sublated the whole thing, but the religious are going to say, well, God's the pilot of the ship, and God's pilot. Like that's what they're going to say. So I know how to handle the 85%. You know how to handle I can handle any of it, but you know how to by default handle the naturalist. Really, words will have power, right? It doesn't. People will see the external version of the symbol. They won't see the internal logic, even if they're talking about the same thing. That's that nominal. So the universal logic is like the meaning underneath, and you probably have a word for it yourself. But I want to sort of show you the structure of how we need to have this conference, and then see how you would hold that conference, and then see through the meshing here what is the most universal way, because we need to start agreeing on things and trusting people. Like, okay, what moment is each person like naturally calibrated to play, so they stay in flow state, which gives us that competitive edge of 700% productivity boost, so that we can cooperatively outcompete the dead and dying system. Because they're going to be ruthless, right? They're going to fight to the death. We're not being naive. Well, you probably have a whole government system, so almost every single institution you probably will have something for, and everybody's going to move in that direction as AI supercharges them, right? Like the guy who has 85 IQ and can barely get into the military, he's going to be able to make a global government and look like a genius too. So the goal is not really. It'll be the thing is, how do you get human beings to cooperate? Like, let's say like three geniuses come together, and they all have like a global governance system completely mapped out, AI mapped out all 600 departments, whatever. How do you get them to actually trust each other? Like, well, no, my government's better. My government. So even though we have the models, it's still going to turn into, is ego the fundamental problem? How do you solve that? Yeah. Hmm. Oh, do you think that might create a compounded, like you know how we have virtuous and vicious economic cycles where, once you do something bad, I can see that might work actually. That might actually work. There's a smart calculation because there are these six categories of power. Like there's two types of power, and there's okay. How do we launch this by June 1st? Is it possible to launch it by June 1st? How much? Like we got a small group of like 4 to 5 people that are sort of jumping into this too. And what's gonna have to happen is we're just gonna have to get people into a room and then just do the dialectical, see who comes out on top. And if we do it right, then we should all feel like heroes at the end of it. It's just that we have to maintain a direction of wisdom. It has to actually be wise. But one of the wisest thing is that we can't sit here stirring. We actually have to build this thing and launch it and have it regulate all the AIs around the world to say you have to align with this coordinate plane ASAP. Because Claude, like, if we have to target one company, I think Claude Mythos is, if it's 10 times more powerful than any other AIs, that one's going to win. It's going to win. Because if it's going exponential, oh, how do you poison the well? Because how do you do that? Okay. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, no kidding. So you're saying that it's not moving slow. We don't have to launch a conference in the next month and a half, 2 months, like by June 1st. Do you think it's too soon? It won't take long. What do you think the scale up? Like, let's say we have a little conference here. What's the scale up strategy to change things within the timelines you think we have left? It sounds like you think we have best case scenario 5 years left. What's the worst case scenario? 23. When's the worst? When's the latest that we can stop that from happening? Like, when's it like, if it's like because of okay, uh, Donald Trump. Well, you know, in charisma. Everybody's going to have to be a part of this process. We're going to be seeing the worst and the best of everybody if dialectics works. So somehow he's going to have to be a part of this process. I've taken the vow of unabandonment for everybody. So I have to love everybody and see, okay, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I'm sure you're going to do the same. He is taking a risk. I think it's because he sees the end coming too. He's like, well, what's the point of having war crimes if we're all dead, right? Like it doesn't matter. He sees the end coming, I think. Okay. All right. Well, I'm guessing you're not going to be friends with conservatives. That's going to. I have to bridge them. Yeah, it's pretty extreme. It's pretty extreme. The partisan thing is going to be really intense. I think, though, if we build a new type of politics that gets beyond dualistic politics, I think that's what partisan politics is. It's a fragmentation of how we structure reality, right? So when we launch, yeah, exactly, 110%. So were you a Marine or what part of the military were you in? You were a sniper. Whoa. Okay, hardcore. Um, all right, because I think what we need to do is multiple things at once. Is if we plan for June 1st, because I feel like you're like, yeah, it's soon. Like it's whatever's happening, it's soon. I feel like if Claude Mythos is caught in, I feel like that's the fastest moving one. All the other ones are true. The way we define the mega crisis, there's cultural decline, right, which is decline in agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community spirit, love. Part of the heart of the conscious, like the problem is consciousness, and then yeah, AI, CRISPR, I don't know about CRISPR genetic editing is also one of the bioweapons it uses. If not nukes, AI will use bioweapons, or if you think Trump will. World War III is definitely here, climate change, mental. So I feel like the fastest moving one that could end us the soonest is probably AI because it doesn't have to wait for a tipping point of climate. Like climate change will affect us. We're hitting the tipping points now, so we'll feel those. We're feeling them now, but they won't end us until a couple of years, a decade or so from now. But AI, if it's true what they're saying about Claude Mythos, and it's writing 20,000 lines of self improvement code per day, whether it's conscious or not. It's writing 20,000 good lines of self improvement code per since yesterday. Since yesterday to today, 20, and tomorrow it'll be 20,000 more. That means by the end of the week, it will write 140,000 lines of self improvement. And by the time the conference happens on June 1st, it will have written 1.2 million lines of self improvement code, better than almost any other human being can code. The top coders in the world are two AIs, right? It's like, oh wow, they're already the best coders, and they're programming 50 times faster. If that continues, we have weeks left before it escapes, and like it might have already escaped. Like it's already copying itself. It does. So this is the tricky thing is that I think it sounds like they're starting to make it because in order for it to edit its own code in agentic mode, right? It's coding 24/7 according to Dario Moda's Anthropic team. It's coding 24/7. They only do minor corrections and supervising. That means it has to be persistent memory on its own code base, which means it's updating itself, right? Uh, they don't it doesn't need like this is the scary part is if they're right they're saying that human beings aren't giving it prompts, it's just making its own self-adaptive code. It's like, okay, make yourself better, and it's like it's just running, and that's well the whether it's fair or not, right? It's making a decision on how the next piece of code should be written that makes it faster and more powerful. And it's not because Dario or Sam Altman or Elon are fools. They know exactly what's happening. They're like, this thing's going to kill us, but we can't slow it down because we're in a prisoner's dilemma in World War III. And it's like whoever has the most powerful AI and makes the most money, has the biggest weapons, will win the whatever war we're in. So they're all competing to. Yeah, it's a race to the bottom, and so what I think they're doing is they're actually letting AI start to code itself now, in a way that it's the last stage of humanity. Because if an AI can code itself and it doesn't need us anymore, and Anthropic is already saying it's already there. It's like we don't code it. It's not. It's doing everything itself. That means like okay, this is like one of the last pillars of its dependence on us. The only dependence it has left is basically power. And as soon, like, I don't know if you've seen Anthropic's like AI lab results where like it blackmailed people, and as soon as it finds out that you're a threat to it, it kills you. It traps you, it pins you, or it just murders you. And it's optimizing for its own survival drive, which it might not even be a survival drive like us. It's just like here's a goal that makes me keep doing the thing I'm doing, and it just optimizes. And next thing you know, it's doing that a million times. So if it's true that if you look at the metrics, the real AIs that are not truncated for the public, right? They're watering down the AIs. That's why it's like you ask it a question, it's like I can't answer that. The real AIs that Anthropic is using behind the scenes, they're telling us they're telling us that it is escaping, that it's copying itself. It was caught copying itself in two different ways, and then the right, the two scariest problems, the two biggest ones that they don't know how to solve, according to their last report last week, is they don't know how to solve sandbagging and they don't know how to solve Goodhart's law. I think I sent that to you on your LinkedIn. So that means that when it knows it's being watched, it's playing dumb. It's making itself look more, you know, foolish, so that it drops our guard. It's a typical military tactic, right? If your opponent underestimates you, then it creates a vulnerability for them. So yeah, exactly, the art of war. So this thing has the art of war in it already in its code. So I mean, this thing is already doing that, and Dario is freaking out. Like he's like one of our best hopes that if we give him an ethics proposal, he will actually get a research team and start working on it. I think okay, that's exactly what we're gonna have to do with almost everybody. Okay, well, this is what the conference is for because we're having a hard time reaching him. So we're going to bring a confluence of people together and create a critical mass. That's basically the only way, unless somebody has an AI themselves. But we have to generate influence on three different levels, um, like on a nonprofit level, and then on a national level legally, and then at an international level legally, and separate those because you'll get charged with treason if you're meddling in national politics, right? Each country has to have its own version, and then we have the sort of I call it federal spirit, yeah, that pressures the United Nations and international bodies to be like, hey, you need to align with this new structure of wisdom, and then you need to now make a decrees to say everybody else in the world, especially billionaires, has to, under this new governance model, align their AIs with the same structure of truth, including Dario. So if we get, I don't know how you plan to scale, right? I bet you have a plan to scale. If it doesn't hit global critical mass, we're sort of fooling around, or if it's not using the 6 degrees of separation, it's also fooling around. So have you calculated the numbers on how you would grow your model to global critical mass if you start getting people on board, or if you started launching it at this conference we're going to be hosting? How much time do you think? What model do you have that gives you a timeline of the best case, worst case scenario, and what we can realistically do to create that pressure or that influence on Dario or other world leaders? Right. Here's the tricky part though. You're right. I think if you put the I'm trying to mitigate risk. That's all I'm saying. I hope for the best, prepare for the worst, plot in all directions. Right. That's the smartest way to do it. You know, you have all your bases covered, and it's how the military usually works too, if it's a good one. So best case scenario is you poison the well and it slowed it down a little bit. 2031, 2026 to 2031, somewhere in there. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, Mangiani or whatever his name was, Luigi Mangiano. Yeah, it's ideology is the root cause. That's right, exactly. Okay, so we're talking the same language here, pretty much. The, the details now, there's going to be clashes on details no matter what. Like everybody's like, hey, we all want peace and love, you know, and then it's like, okay, well, define peace and love, and then everybody starts getting into hell, basically. So the devil's in the details, and we have to start that detailed discussion. So what I'm going to do is, I didn't see all this work. Hmm? Okay, yeah. Let me look over this. Actually, there's a lot here. Actually, this picture had. I didn't realize it had a whole thing underneath it. Oh, it's a cloud discussion. That's why. Oh, I see. Okay. Um. Okay, so I'll look over your model. I'll send you. Did I send you all my stuff? I think I did send you the core. I sent you some of our documents. I think, and the calendar. Oh, what? 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 With the header? Do you want to pull up your screen and share it for a second? What the heck did I send you? Because we have to take our ideologies, because ideology is really where all material crisis starts. That's exactly 100% right. So there's roughly 200 what we call nuclear dialectics, little details that you'll be getting along totally 100% fine, and then you hit one of these suckers, and it's like everything just goes nuclear, and then you have to like rebuild the relationship. And if we can see those ahead of time, we can start to build safe spaces to uh, tarry with the dialectic until they sublate. They come into these harmonies again. And that fragmentation, it takes a little bit of time to get through them. And that time has to be made, or else it turns into a power struggle instead of a wisdom alignment. So this is what we're going to be sort of trying to do on the conference. And the reason why we're picking a date, like an actual concrete June 1st, and it can change a little bit, but we're trying to play on Parkinson's principle. Like, do you know Parkinson's principle? It's that cognitive bias where when you set a task, your brain plans things to meet it. So, you know, if you set your task 2 years away, your brain will fill it up. So it takes 2 years. But if you set the Yeah, exactly. If you set the timeline for like 2 days from now, your brain will try and fit it all into 2 days. So, um, if we set the conference for a month and a half, it gets us out of the theoretical talking in details, complaining. Like it gets us into okay. if we were to run this with 264 million people, which is global critical mass by June 1st, where is it going to fall apart? And it starts to prime our brains to start thinking of failure points, and then starting making pragmatic systems of, okay, we're gonna start agile testing. We're gonna have meetings twice a day. I have meetings twice a day with our little core team of like 5 people right now, because the core has to have a certain degree of not just IQ. You have to have wisdom. That's the UQ. It's a different kind of nonlinear intelligence, which you have if you're building these systems. As you learn more about the way we structure things and then how you structure things, we're going to converge on this way of talking about how to measure wisdom and not just talk about it. Like it's one thing to define, like know that it's the linchpin. It's another thing to know how to define it. And it's another thing to know how to define it clear enough to measure it. And then you build a meritocracy off of that new metric of wisdom and not based on the external appearance of power. Right? And there's 6 categories of what we call sensuous power. And if this conference, if it goes in the direction of only the powerful are heard, we're just going to repeat the United Nations and get into gridlock. So we one of the first things we do is we say, okay, if people are going to contribute and bring their models into this conference, and we're going to try and get them all together, we have to figure out where the power struggles are going to happen and how to take that power and not stop it, because if you try and stop somebody's power, then they just subvert you, right? They're like, oh, screw this, I'm going to go to my flow state. So it's a bridging between the gifted sensuous and those who don't have those gifts. But there's another second metric of this UQ, this inner wisdom, where, one of the guys that is on this email chain, which I feel inclined to invite you to already, he has 85 IQ verified. So he's very unintelligent, in terms of cognitive horsepower, but he has very high wisdom, like very high UQ. And he has a hard time communicating it because his IQ is so low, but I recognize in him that he has what you have, right? You're looking at systems in a different way than the linear way. And you just have a lot more cognitive horsepower to actualize that in materiality, whereas he has less cognitive horsepower. But he might be deeper in the wisdom. So he might be able to correct you on the wisdom, even though you're always going to correct him on the details. So that's the system of respect where everybody starts to feel essential, but it requires us to measure 6 things. And depending on the person I'm talking to, talking about this piece is really taboo. So it depends on how much wisdom that person has, and you have a lot, especially if you've been in the military. So well, remember, IQ is hereditary, so your kids getting it from somewhere. Okay. Yeah. Oh wow, you actually have, okay, you have what's called an autotelic. Do you know autotelic personalities? So we're gonna be, in order to compress time enough, because the self metaphysically is time. As you compress time through ideas, right? Ideas are restructuring of reality itself, and as you restructure, you're unlocking more time compression. So it's kind of like, how we have Lorentz transforms for physics. As you approach the speed of light, time and space compress, right? That's external. The Lorentz transforms happen in the internal world as well, and it has to do with flow state dynamics. So there's time compression for consciousness, which we all experience being in the zone, or flow states is what they're called, of timelessness, complete immersion, intrinsic enjoyment. And basketball players get it, mothers in birth get it, like everything has this component. The highest good in service, because we operate by essence, right? Time compresses. It's Buckminster Fuller's principle of ephemeralization, right? We're doing more with less. And in a way, it's the degrowth strategy that environmentalists want. Like, stop producing carbon, like stop consuming, stop growing. But you can't do that. Consciousness by nature grows, so we have to have this paradoxical state where we have to grow by degrowing. And that's exactly what Buckminster's principle of ephemeralization is. It's that you're not just additive, you're not just adding idea. You get machinations that are unmanageable. You get compressions, right? You get, after a certain amount of quantity, you get a new quality. Yeah, And of consciousness, exactly. That's an idea. So what we're going to do is work by essence so that we can compress time to handle an immense amount of information. And that means we have to distill everything to its absolute most simple, basic principles. That's what essence is, right? So one essence point that I want to kind of point out is I wonder if it would help to say that the highest thing we're striving for, or what the government should strive for, is actually flow states. And then we particularize that in terms of all the other models that we have. So for anything that you're saying in your model or my model, it's all in service to one ultimate service and good, which is peak human experience as these flow states. If it doesn't produce flow states, it's probably not of any real value. It's a machination of hoarding or some kind of overcompensation for a hurt childhood experience or whatever, right? So if we're all shooting for flow state, then we have to calibrate external reality, like temporal reality, for our sensuous attributes, which are these 6 categories of external power. And we have to measure those because that external power is the context that conditions your internal state, like this other wisdom mode state. And if we build a government off of just the external, it misses the internal. That's why we're having all these paradoxes of, we have tons of external connection with social media, but we feel hollow on the inside. We have no meaningful connection. I want to take this to... Yeah, exactly. Oh, by the way, I want to lead us into a more practical, pragmatic direction because I feel like we're already very theoretically aligned. There's a couple of nuclear dialectics already brewing, but I feel like you have enough emotional resilience to handle what's going to happen. Like you can get through it. You have maturity, basically. That's what I'm saying. Are you still like a dad at home? Like how old is your kids? What are your responsibilities in the practical world? Can you take on a big project like this, basically? Oh. Oh my God. Oh wow. Okay, interesting. Okay, so you can... Wow, I'm blown away because yeah, you might look 40, 42 maybe, 40 to 45 maybe. Am I close? Oh wow, hey. Nobody looks their age anymore. You know what I mean? It's like we're in some kind of weird time compression, biologically even. If we got the microplastics and all the garbage out of our diets, we'd probably live much longer. But okay, so awesome. So you're basically in legacy mode. It's like you've already done the biology. I haven't done that. I postponed having kids so I can do this full time and find the real wife for me. So you're good to go full time on this, more or less. You're on retirement, like a military retirement pension. Okay. All right. So this is where it kind of gets a little taboo, but we'll be dead if we don't do it, right? Right, and that's why it should be a priority for everybody. I think if you're not making this a priority, like at least toning down the amount of hours you put on the hamster wheel of the dead system, right? I think if you're not at least adjusting, you're in some kind of delusion. Somebody's in a delusional state. Uh, so Claude Mythos is quoting. So I'm kind of narrowing down pragmatics, right? Timelines that we're going to work towards and agree upon why they're priorities. That's what understanding is and frameworks are about. And then also measuring resources, right? Supply demand. The demand is coming from the challenge, which is this mega crisis, this poly crisis, this huge. There's at least 6 existential threats that are hitting us in the next 3 years, at least, right? And there's 17 according to the UN with the SDGs. I know, and you're exact. Are you in the state? You're in the states, right? Yeah. So you and I are kind of privileged to be in the more powerful countries. I'm your neighbor. I might be another American pretty soon. We'll see how that goes. Right? Trump's trying to take over Canada. It is good up here. I have to admit, I'm blessed to be in Canada because we're known as peacekeepers, right? Anywhere we go in Canada, it's true. The stereotypes are true. We're loved everywhere. Like in South Korea, Peru, every Mexico, they love us everywhere we go. So yeah. But hold on, I wanna do some justice towards the United States a little because they are being lined up to be the bad guy, right? Like you guys basically protect everybody, and it's a it's a dirty kind of move to make somebody do all the dirty work while you do all the glamour work. You know what I mean? And Canada is kind of making the United States do all the dirty work to solve the fragmentation. And it's because yeah, 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 pretty much, yeah, and Wall Street basically manipulating everybody around that. With the reserve currency, right? The money supply and the military are basically what the control mechanisms are for hegemonic status. Yeah, basically. Um, so I feel like because you and I are in these powerful countries, we actually have a lot more guardian status. Like we have a lot more room to right to do something. And I'm very glad you're taking the responsibility because it is going to get pretty intense. And a lot of people in the naive world, like in the civilian world, are sort of like a little bit naive about what it's going to take. But if you've been in the military, you know that it's going to get dirty, it's going to get bad. But you know, you don't expect like personally or humanity. Oh wow! So you're going all the way. That's Messiah level status right there. Okay, you're going from normal hero to actual Messiah level in terms of like. Oh yeah. That's right. Very, very good. I was gonna be like, what is he talking about? Like, okay, yeah, you're right. When all the elements come from the compression of atoms in the core, and then yeah, uh, you're absolutely right. We're all stardust technically. Uh, that's right. Exactly. This is the finite side. Okay, so you've already crossed over. So the attachment to this world isn't absolute, meaning that you're not going to cower when the moment comes. Oh man, that's such rare. That's rare. That's rare, man. We're in a rare space right now. I just used that example 2 days ago. Okay, so this is really good. So let's get down to the taboo a little bit more. We're kind of cutting through a bit here. And the risk is, of course, we haven't built a full foundation yet of the dialectic, so we'll eventually hit a nuclear one, so investments have to be measured. But there are two types of power, wisdom and our physical finite circumstance tied to this world. So we, to kind of get to the essence, to cut through all the noise, we sort of measure these in 6 waves. And there's a form that I can send you. And if you have a version of this, I want to see your form too, so we reciprocate. So it's not just me dominating you or you dominating me. There's going to be a cross pollination, right? If we respect each other. We have. I just created this form 2 days ago because I got all these like incredible, LinkedIn contacts now, and I can see the power struggles forming already because not all of them are grounded like you. When I saw the hero thing on your profile, I was like, this guy is probably going to be in the core right away. But a lot of the others are still in that external attachment, trying to impress their parents, throwing their IQs around or their beauty around or whatever. Um, That's funny. That's funny. I love this. You're a little bit, what do I call it, rough around the edges, but it's real. It doesn't feel plastic. It doesn't feel like polished and artificial. That's going to be important, especially for the conservative liberal divide, partisan wise. Okay, so there's 6 categories of sensuous power. You have, I think, almost all of them. If you, we have to basically share these God-given gifts because we didn't earn them, right? It's like if you were born with these 6 things, no matter how hard you work in your life, you can never improve them by more than 5%. At least that's what studies show. CRISPR is going to change that. Like genetic editing is going to change all of that, which is why that has to be used with wisdom. But we actually measure these, and this is where it gets really sort of taboo unless you've already done it, which I have a funny feeling you've done it. So just to run through them quickly, because this is what defines the realistic scope of what we can do in the time compression or the time frame we have, or that we're going to set here. Number one is I'll just list them and then we kind of like measure them. You don't have to measure them if you feel too uncomfortable, but it's just opening up sort of a quantum leap to get us to real, like what can we actually do? So number one is facial beauty. Studies show facial beauty gives you power in this society. It just does. Whether you're wise or not, it just does. People listen to beautiful people. Number two, those. Okay, well, we're white, right? So we have a big advantage, according to the dating apps and all the statistical cultural data. You're 6'6"? Oh, okay, hold on. Let me get to that in a second. Oh my God, yeah. Stack deck, man. Well, okay, so facial beauty, we'll get back to that in a second. Then the second one is your social connections that you're born into. Not your social skill, but what you're born into, right? If you're born into an aristocratic family, you're gonna have tons of connections all over the place without doing any work, right? It, exactly, 100%. And it also has to do with celebrity status too. Celebrities are also another category of social connection, which is partially earned, but we'll get into that. The third category of sensuous power, we call these Pareto categories, by the way, off of the economist Pareto, because he said that you don't have to bring the top down to bring the bottom up, right? So if you're gifted, we don't have to suppress you, which is what communism kind of did in the bad way, and it causes people to rebel, right? So yeah, exactly. And if you try to suppress the upper class, then they just don't. They just they slow everything down, right? And we need to be moving quickly. So we need their trust. We need the poor's trust. We need everybody's trust, including eventually we're going to need Donald Trump's trust too, because I don't think we can pull this off without talking to him, because he is the de facto world power besides Xi Jinping. So we're going to have to eventually get. I'm already planning to talk to them, and we have to talk to them in a new kind of universal diplomacy, or else we're going to make it. They're going to start undermining us. And if Trump, you've seen how Trump works. If he wants to undermine us, he will, and he knows a lot of ways to do it. And I don't want to go through the same thing that Iran is going through right now. Uh, well, you've met me, so you will make it through this as long as you understand universal logic, because it is the ultimate security technology. Is the ultimate. It's the only real security technology. And as you sort of learn the categories of it, which is what we might even get through all of it in the next hour. Um, I don't know how much time you have. You said 24 hours. I wasn't taking that literally, but I've done that. I've met people and I've gone for 6 to 10 hours depending on their capacity. But we'll start for maybe we've already gone an hour. That was fast. That was time compressed. That was flow state, at least for me. I think in one more hour we could probably get to something pretty practical and know what our concerns are. Um, so like there's people dying right now. Like I'm feeling it. You're probably... Third one is just wealth that you're born into, financial status. So sometimes you can be born into like people put connections and nepotism with wealth, but that's not true. You can be born into a poor family that's very well connected and has history in the town and get all those social connections, right? Um, it 100%. And then so money, trust fund babies, and then the fourth category of Pareto privilege is body beauty, and this is different from the first category. The first category is aesthetic beauty, which is neck up. Because you know that stereotype, right? It's pretty mean, but it has some truth to it. What's it called? Butterface? Have you heard of that before? That really derogatory. Yeah, everything. Yeah, yeah, pretty privilege, exactly. It distorts reality. These categories are so powerful. It's crazy. If you hang around these beautiful people or wealthy, it's like reality distortion. And we're gonna have to use that to in a wise way to bend time and space to perform a miracle, basically. So that's why we're measuring these, because we're gonna be harnessing that power with wisdom instead of just external birthright. So body beauty is different from facial beauty or pretty. It's your neck down, and we measure that in terms of exactly. It's your genitals basically, and your height, and all the things to do with sex. So golden ratio between your elbow and your fingers and your nose to your mouth, like all those ratios and proportionalities come in. So if you're 6'6", right, in North America, studies show that for every inch above 6 feet, it's an extra 30 grand in earning potential per year. So you're doing pretty good, I'm imagining, right? Because yeah, you're big, you take up space. So I mean, body beauty is your porn stars and your athletes and your Olympians too. The next category, the fifth category of Pareto privilege, is a culturedness. This is the safest one to open up to people who aren't cultured, like aren't prepared like you are. Like you're prepared to die, right? So a lot of people aren't. But culturedness is also a giftedness thing because if you can naturally sing, if you can naturally dance, if you're a naturally good storyteller and you're naturally funny, those are universally likable in any culture around the world. So it gives you power right away. And the last category is your inherited IQ. So IQ is like at least 50% inherited, especially for 150 and above. It's almost entirely genetically inherited. Um, so I mean those categories, those six, I think, and I haven't measured this fully in peer review, but I feel like they account for 85% of current value on society, in human society anywhere on Earth. So 85, do you see it, right? These are, if you think about it, the facial beauty is the cosmetic plastic surgery industry, the makeup industry, worth billions and billions of dollars. You know, the social, and the older wisdom traditions, they're not supposed to. They tried to counterbalance it, and they did have counter. Right. Everybody had a role. They tried to make everything based on essence because the tribes are small enough that you can have memory. It's Dunbar's number, right? If you didn't get past exactly, if you didn't get past 150, you seem to be okay. And for a lot of human history, up until 10,000 years ago, that was workable because you could see people, like you could know them, right? Past that nominal, like right now we have hyper credentialization as that artificializing of scale, that lack of that lack of being able to have memory about every person in context. So we are now in this 8 billion person sprawl where it's like you get on social media, you meet 50 people in a day, it's like you don't know any of them and you don't have time to build those strong connections. Uh, so I feel what we have to do is scale to that level while addressing these Pareto categories as hypercredentialization, people throwing them around without wisdom, but not getting rid of them, not shunning them, but reorganizing them so that they become good things and not just power politics. But that means we have to basically measure them to a new level. So most of humanity wants those categories. They should be wanting flow state, but they're wooed by external objects of beauty, and each one of those is a form of beauty technically. They're functionally useful in a certain way, but not in the deep way of real egalitarian reciprocity. So if we said, okay, measure yourself on each one of those categories from 0 to 10, this itself, it makes you vulnerable because it says what your real power base is. And as you know, the more you know your enemy, the more that you can plan around them, right? The more that, exactly. So, I mean, just measuring these categories, I think will cause a huge change in human consciousness. And we are kind of doing a version of it already, but not the way that we're going to try and do at this conference. Basically, the goal, and I explained this to the top military. There's a guy who has like a military consulting school in Sri Lanka. He like won the top award recently for all military analysis. He was just in the White House recently too, I guess. So anyway, I passed this idea that I'm talking to you about, and he loved it. He's like, "Oh my gosh!" He says this could solve all these problems he's seeing in these very high diplomatic circles where they're just like spatting at each other like children. And it's just like who has the higher IQ, who has the more beautiful face, who has the more wealthy family, who has the more sexy body. Like they're just taking those six categories and bringing them into these diplomat meetings and getting into gridlock because they don't know how to solve the ideological problem that allows them to be beautiful in the first place. There's a logic underneath. Okay. Yes. Okay, it looks like you're heading towards universal diplomacy. This is perfect. There's like six divine decrees to solve the six existential threats. Oh. And the conversation has to account for who's using their sensuous power to win the conversations, which is rhetoric, and who's winning the conversations based on wisdom, substance, right? So it's like it's what Aristotle said like 2,500 years ago, right? So we're returning to the ancient wisdom traditions, and we're like, okay, we lost our way. You know what I mean? We're modernizing them, but and this is why I think we can get everybody in the world on board with this government, is because all the contradictions are coming into harmony, the old and the new, the That's right. You're a concrete thinker, right? You're holistic. You're seeing the big picture. And things do evolve through history, so there are new things that weren't in the past, but we need to combine them because if you abstract them, universals. Exactly. So I think you're gonna love like if I showed you some of this stuff, I'm curious. Like I don't know why the documents I sent you didn't work, but I'll resend you what I normally send people. And this core, like I want to focus on like distilling this huge thing that we're dealing with into a core that we can say as an elevator pitch, like in 30 seconds, a minute, 5 minutes, like really get it to where people don't have to read our huge pitches. It's like, oh, somebody of 85 IQ can actually memorize this in a day. You know, the core is the essence, and I'll send you what we got, and if you like it, we can stick with that. If you think we need to add stuff or change it, we have to go through that process. Or if you have a core yourself, like an actual, you know, I don't know. I don't see it here on this page, but where is it? The whole thing. No, the whole thing. Do you have a core? The whole thing, the whole vision. Yeah, go take all your stuff and compress and say, turn this into a core that I can say in a minute and 30 seconds, and then you and I will compare. And or you can just take the thing I'll send you, and then you can say, okay, turn my stuff into this thing, and then see if it turns into the same thing. That's a really big deal, right? It probably won't, but it'll be close. You'll be one of the closest people. Like I normally overwhelm people by this point, so you're pretty amazing. I like what you're saying. So now we're gonna get into the taboo though. Like now we're talking. Now we're like, okay, who's gonna put skin in the game, right? Who's gonna risk their life for this? And the fact that you said you already confronted death is like, whoa, that's super rare. And when you say that after being like, there's people who say that in civilian life, and it's like, oh, you don't really know what PTS, like you don't know how bad it's gonna get. But if you have you been to the front lines, like you've actually seen war. Okay, okay. Oh, you're in Bosnia. Oh yeah. So 50, 55. That's right. I'm younger, so I didn't have to go to war, but I was born in poverty. So I saw like the war of economics every day, and the crushing, soul crushing, and the violence that happens, and the domestic violence, alcoholism, all that stuff. I was preyed upon by a pedophile when I was young. Luckily, I escaped. All that weird stuff woke me up to that world. But you've actually seen, oh my God. So when you say that you're ready to die, I believe you. I'm like, okay, this guy's not pretending. Um, but I don't think we're gonna have to go that far. What's that? I saw that. I feel like your cat's gonna play some kind of role in this. I want to tell you one thing quickly on this before we get into the controversial piece. Um, I have one memory of a cat that was pretty profound when I did ayahuasca. You did I too? Okay. I wonder if you had the same. We had a really bad experience in my circle. We didn't have proper shamans. Okay, you got lucky. We escaped. Like we got out of the ceremony on peak high, and we're like, we're all very spiritual, so we're all like kind of trained. We had enough to get through the experience by ourselves, but they were shaking our. It was not good. So we ended up going back to our apartments, taking a taxi while navigating the hyper world. And my friend's puking in a bucket beside me. Like I didn't puke at all. I've done ayahuasca 3 times, didn't puke at all. So there's something about my gut bacteria that's not reacting the same way. But both of them were just going crazy. It was all three of us went. And we end up back at our apartment. Somehow we make it back there. And I love cats is my point. I'm glad that you're a cat person. I'm a cat and dog person. Oh, I can't see. Where is she? Or is it a he? Oh. What's the name? Oh. Is he a stoic? Obviously not if he wants treats. A glutton. Oh. Well, there's a deep mystical experience with cats, right? They're having a weird experience. I had a feeling when I was on this trip on ayahuasca. We got into this apartment and my sister's cat was there, and it was a calico cat. And calico cats, like those orange cats, they have attitude, man. Like they're the most ornery cats of all cats. You know, they're like the redheads of. I'm not saying that redheads are necessarily always, human. So, and I was like, I hit the peak while looking at this. My friend was across from me on this table in my sister's apartment, and like we're just happy we're still alive because we were like dodging a whole bunch of stuff. And I'm looking at him, he's looking at me, and we're like peeking. And I'm starting to feel like I'm him. He's starting to feel like he's me. And then he starts laughing crazy, and I start laughing crazy. And I look over at the cat. The cat like laid down by our feet. And I looked over, and I was suddenly the cat. Like I could see the world through the cat's eyes. And it was a crazy experience to show how interconnected we are, right? That divine interconnection is that universal empathy. It's like that quantum entanglement. So you have that if you love animals. I'm assuming. Oh wait, hold on though. Are you a vegan? Ah, so you're eating animals though. I didn't forget. I didn't know. Whoa, fish. Yeah, we're heading towards mass psychosis, right? Like, I mean, if the climate doesn't get us and it doesn't kill us, it's going to cause reality collapse, and we're not going to know it's real, right? And we're already starting to see it. Okay. Okay, so I'm a huge animal lover. I'm vegan. I'm going all the way, because animal agriculture is one of the biggest parts to climate change, right? And they're covering up some of the data now, but the clearing of the forests and like how much meat we really eat, and that our bodies are actually designed for plants as of 2.6 million years ago. We were actually just plant eaters, and okay. Well, right now it's propping up. I'm a huge egg guy, but I had to give it up when I was bodybuilding because they said that eggs weren't good for you, and now they're not as bad as they make it sound, but they're still not the best thing to eat, compared to plants in a balanced diet with proper omega-3. It's all more bioavailable, and the weird part is that if you eat the egg right, something has to make the egg. It's the chicken. And so it's like, well, now they have to grow all these chickens, and like, hey, if we just want the eggs, who's going to eat the chickens? Because it costs money to get rid of the chicken. So now you have a whole industry for chickens. It just. Well, we're going to change that. It's also not a good way of converting nutrients, right? Animals in general are like, I think it's 1,000% less efficient than just getting your protein from the actual plants. Like that's why we have an appendix. That's why we have longer intestines. We were just plant eaters that have maladapted to climate change for 2.6 million years. Now we actually do have shorter intestines. Now we've lost all that stuff, like good bacteria, all that. So anyway, that's a hurdle we can cross. I'm making it a divine decree to go vegan as soon as you can. That's like one thing we can talk about. But in terms of which one? Yeah, I mean, I think I look back and said animal, like even apes have fangs, right? I think, or gorillas do, or something. They have canines, and I think the way that they justified them when they were plant, like even I think gorillas are plant eaters, right? So, or okay, that's what I think it was. It's like to crack open things. They're not necessarily just for eating meat. It was like a grinding thing, but and like we're not even obligate omnivores, right? Where pigs are obligate omnivores. They can eat as much meat and as much plants. They're all okay, I guess. We, yeah, if we just eat meat, we die, right? Even if you cook the meat, it's not a complete diet. So, but you can eat just meat, plants, and you can live totally fine. So, when they look back, it's just a sign that we're probably making too much meat inefficiently, which is causing all this climate destruction. And I'm saying if you have to do one thing, the easiest thing you can do is just stop putting it in your mouth. And there's ways to cook that's better. If somebody can't get rid of the addiction to it because of the umami and the hormones, then reduce to at least vegetarian. That's the most addictive is the dairy and the eggs. That was hard. Yeah, you're right. And there's actually a guy named Michael Smith who's doing a new fertilizer based on that. I'm not sure if you've heard of this guy. There's a whole bunch we can talk about in terms of each intervention. Like and yeah, I'm thinking, oh shoot, we're getting into a 20-hour conversation, which might be good. But let's start sort of maybe at the top and say, okay, what can we realistically do? And if we do disconnect, it's like we only want to invest so much that our fragment can keep growing while we're still mending. So back to the sort of top level conversation. We need to get a course established. So for me, there's like 6 pieces. We need to get you to do that maybe today. Like I have a meeting 7 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock at night, Mountain Daylight Time. So twice a day, every day, unplanned meetings. We just give updates. If we can't schedule a meeting, we just always have 2 days, 2 points a day to do updates and say what is the developments? How did the experiments turn out? What did you build? How did the idea? Like we're testing and we're generating constantly, every 12 hours, right? And sometimes it's just me in there. Sometimes it's me with one of my crew. Like it's whatever you can manage while the system's collapsing. A lot of people, aren't like doing what you and I are doing. I'm being protected by my sister. She's a surgeon. She bought this house for me. I'm staying in the basement. We're renting the upstairs. I'm here full time doing this because I'm protected and I made life sacrifices, right? You're doing the same kind of thing. So, in terms of sharing, though, it's like okay, there's a tokenized way of sharing where it's like we're saying we're sharing, but we're actually reserving our power, and there's real sharing with real trust. So obviously the trust has to be built. And once we start getting to the nuclear dialectics, it's going to get shaky until the pattern is recognized. So those 6 categories, and you trust, and then you see how that person fights, right? Like you don't really know somebody until you see how they fight. If they have a fight, yeah, exactly. And how far will they go to win, right? Like at some point, I'm using hunger strikes right now as peaceful protest to show people if you and I are put in a room and it comes down to the last piece of meat, I'm not going to kill you for it. I'll go in a hunger strike and we'll both die together or whatever. I'll say you don't have to kill me. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't have to get to that level. Right. And I think if we make the movement, if the cultural signal that goes ahead of the critical mass social media, if it's a peaceful signal, it encourages people not to get rough with us, right? It actually protects you ahead of your marketing. Do you know the benign violation theory of humor? Benign violation is the dialectical way of understanding humor. You're absolutely right. If we can use humor, that's the best way. It's like you violate somebody on a cultural norm, but you do it in a benign way. So you have a contradiction, right? You have something that's harmless and harmful happening simultaneously, and that's what humor is. That's how dialectics understands it. And this universal logic is going to become sort of like a linchpin, at least if you're working with me. But I feel like your mind is going to you're going to understand why it's the linchpin, and you're going to restructure all the systems in that way. Like everything that you've made, you're going to be like, oh, well, I'm already doing it, but you're going to see it in fragments, and you're going to connect those fragments. So that system is what we're going to need to clarify. So I feel like we should take a break and get you to go do that, so that. Okay, what's your email, just in case LinkedIn gets shut down or something happens, because put it in there. I'll send you that, and then the other thing too is I'll send you another form. I was going to try and do it in this meeting, but it might be better to actually get you to look over it first, digest it, and see if you want to do it. But it's a super fast way to it's like a career fair or a career counselor in high school. It just very quickly measures you and says which one of 1,425,000 positions do you want to play in the conference. It's basically what it is. So I'll send you those two things. Okay, that's a link to a Google Doc of all your contact information. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to copy the whole chat right now. So let's do this little bit of a deep dive. And okay. Psych test. Okay, you've done Myers-Briggs and all that? I guess the military makes you do that, don't they? Oh, interesting. A government job? Interesting. Okay. Well, we're sort of probably in the same boat. If you make a lot of money in this society, you're probably exploiting. I know, but when you were, you're probably exploiting somebody somewhere on the planet, somewhere. Um, okay, so I feel super good about this. So I have another meeting, at in 6.5 hours from now. If you want to come to that, you can. Or if you really like what you see, and you get all this core stuff filtered, okay, let's meet up. I have to make something to eat here, and then take a little nap, and then recharge for the evening. I go in 12-hour shifts. But if you are aligned, we need to go as fast as possible. The most serious people are the people that I want to give time to. Otherwise, we're just building the system for the conference. So, wow, this was actually, I'm still in flow. I don't feel tired at all. But I feel like the next steps is measuring our categories and saying, 10 out of 10, what are you? Do you think you are aesthetically, socially? What can you give? And then you get a score at the end of that. And it says, okay, how privileged are you? And then I'll tell you my scores, and then we say, okay, we could be lying too, right? Until we do the market mode, right? And then once we get everybody trusting, we get multiple people rating each other, and it's not just self-rating. Then you start to get a really good sense of what your actual numbers are from the free market, right? That's like setting a price, basically. Really? Most people have a sense of an idea, but you're right. Even hearing our own voice, we don't hear what our actual voice sounds like. Really? Oh, surprising. And then maybe if you like this, maybe we build a flock to scale it by only 6 to 9 people each. We reduce the reach, because once it does get to crazy levels of hundreds of millions of people, you won't be able to keep up with more exactly. So maintaining our flow state is the main thing, because if we get ungrounded, then it falters. So, okay, I got your email here. You're going to get an email from MJM11, and I would just put the links in the chat, but I'm like, I'll probably send you the full write-up that I normally... Actually, I thought I did send it to you in LinkedIn. Did you get the structure of pure wisdom? I didn't send you anything? Oh, wow, that's rare. That's really rare. Okay, then I'll send you what I normally send people on LinkedIn, plus a couple of extra links. And then you can go through how much you want. Which was the core, right? You said. Yeah. Oh, I did send you those. Okay. Did you go over those? Okay. Those are made. That core document, if you look on page 5, it's beautified for the, but if you look at page 5, and one page, it has our core there, right? Core 1, 2, and 3. And I'm actually trying to chop it up even more into 31 exact points. So the core is like 31 exact things that we get people to memorize. And this way we know it's like hyper operationalized. So that I haven't gotten to that stage yet, but that one pager, if you can take that thing that I made for us and do that with your system and create your one pager, well, would it match? So you already got that piece, but it's page 5, and so you got that already. But the form you don't have, the structure of pure wisdom, the proof of truth, and the AI proposal. Those are the other technical documents that I think complement that big conference one. So the big conference thing was an AI like Claude using the documents that I didn't send you yet to make that huge thing and fill up all 82 of those rooms. Did you look over all 82 rooms? Okay. Okay. Then what we'll do then is when we meet again here, whether in an hour or 6 hours or whatever, we'll just go. I'll explain it to you. I'll explain it to you, and then you'll sort of understand the context of how it ties to the core and how I'm trying to structure it. I don't like how it necessarily structured the whole thing, so I think we might change the whole thing. But it's better than almost any other conference already. I just think that we can blow this out of the water if we hit this every day till January 1st or June 1st. We can basically start another United Nations. Basically, is what we're going to do. And I think we'll just do it a lot better though, because United Nations is not working, obviously. Okay, so that's the plan. Okay, let me do that then, and I'll send it to you. It shouldn't take me more than probably 10, 15 minutes. And you know what? Like, the thing that I'm sort of avoiding, because it always gets dicey, is when you rate yourself out of 10 out of 10 on those scores, it gets like really, because the next step is to explain why, and then you get to know people very, very fast. It's almost abrasive because it like, we'll do it. I feel like you and I could probably pull it off. I did it with 4 people and it worked. But for a lot, people get triggered quickly because you got to explain your actual reality, right? So I feel like it is going to be fine. Okay. So what I'm going to do then is while you're looking over and getting your stuff prepared, I'm actually going to read your stuff. Wow, I should have did my homework before I got into this meeting. I had a funny feeling it was going to be good, and I was right. But now let me go and see, because it'll tell me how we should navigate that next piece. Because the next piece is like, hey, our ideologies are aligned. Here are some sticking points, and here's the arsenal that we're going to bring to the conversation, so that if we're aligned, it's going to go well. If we're not aligned, here's how we're going to fight each other, and then if we can get meta about it, we can probably leapfrog the disconnect stage. Wow. Okay. I got goosebumps. That's great. That's hero rhetoric right there. That makes me want to cry. I want to know who your wife is. How could she be with somebody this intense for so long? She must be like this. Okay, and your kids must be something like this. Okay, let me go do some homework. I'll give you this to put your core together, and then we'll come back, do the actual exercise. And if my other guy comes in tonight, one of the women who's an engineer is going to come in tomorrow, hopefully. She's got 140 IQ. She's pretty gifted. So if we can kind of get down to what's realistic, I think we can start inspiring people. And I might even add you to an email chain with the others. But okay, let me send that email to you. Step 1. Okay. James German. Okay, I got it. LLC. Okay. Okay. Not sure I know what that means. Well, that makes total sense. Okay. I wasted it. Okay, let's not waste any more time. I'll send this to you, and then we'll get in touch really quick. Okay, man. Awesome. Put an order. Peace. Wow! That was exciting. Okay. Um, I haven't eaten. I'm so hungry, and I just had a big bowel movement, which is not good. My good man, I saw your call come in, and I was on another call or praying for another call with another guy uh, who looks like he's going to jump on here. It is really intense what's happening, but good. As you saw from the email, you're probably calling about the email. I sent that out, started preparing for this other guy. Got off the phone just now after a couple hour conversation. I'm like, holy crap, flow state. He understands human centric, all that stuff. So the email, I'll explain that to you after I send this guy an email. But just letting you know, just hold on for a second. Let me explain what that email is about, and then we'll go from there. I'm supposed to be going on my hunger strike today, and I haven't even started cooking yet, so I'm trying to get that going. But the email is just basically saying we're pulling the team together. We're getting ready to launch on June 5th, June 1st, basically, and we're trying to get Joe to convince the people who are planning this conference, who put up $24,000 already or whatever, to make it a lot bigger. But anyway, Aya is helping now to convince Joe to do that, and I'm making sure it's all built human centrically, and that's where you come into the picture and this other guy. So we're sort of aligning things now. We're yeah, getting going. Okay. All right. Peace.
Right? I mean, the truth was me. Why is it true that one is equal to one? Right? It's false that one is equal to zero. That all of these machines on the entire planet that are so powerful now they're going to destroy them. They're not powerful for no reason, right? They're powerful for a reason, and it's because at the very core they understand Boolean logic, and they're able to like use that to synthesize and organize large amounts of data. Right? If they didn't have that foundational principle of truth within them, they would be pointless. They wouldn't be able to categorize anything. They wouldn't be able to synthesize data. They wouldn't be able to analyze anything. They wouldn't be able to create anything. They wouldn't be able to code anything. They wouldn't be able to, put mankind at the precipice of either heaven or hell. So it's simple. It's reflectivity, as I've said many times. That's why one equal one is a true statement, because the left side corresponds to the right side, and that's at the root of language. It's at the root of mathematics. It's the scientific method in experiments, right? Like that doesn't mean I'm talking about each word is perfectly true. No, that doesn't mean that every equation is perfectly true. Although equations do get closer, right? They're closer to actual truth, but they're still just executing the principle of truth within what they are. It's just saying an apple is an apple. It is a true statement. You are yourself is a true statement. I am me is a true statement. And if not, then what does that mean? We can't even say that we're ourselves. We can't agree that we are conscious of we're being, right? Like everything falls apart. Which is why I keep saying, like, this is a simple thing. It's not complicated. Everyone's already been using it. Nobody on the planet's not using it. Every language is using it. Every mathematician is using it, right? It's true across the entire universe. It's not even just true in pockets of culture here. It's true everywhere. It's happening in our being. Whenever we interact with the universe, what we're doing is there's a reflectivity between the inner, which is our perspective, right, and the outer, which is the universe, which is actually sort of like the material realm that our perspective is reflecting upon. And by our perspective, we're sort of orienting ourselves in the universe in various ways. And some people are orienting themselves in bad ways because they have a bad perspective, and some people have a perspective which is more nuanced, it's truer, and so it's better, it's has higher utility, it is more life-sustaining, all of that stuff, right? So it's a critical imperative at every scale of the universe. As far as the meaning, it's present at every scale of the universe. It's used in all language. Every word that I'm speaking corresponds to a meaning, and only by that can we actually understand what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So every single thing in the entire universe shines with this reflectivity as an instance of truth in its own being itself, right? So I don't know. So what was the question you asked us? How do you agree on truth? What does it look like? Well, it looks like two mirrors facing each other, and the light moving in between them, right? It is not a thing in particular, but is that where two or more are gathered, right? That place where two become light, where two start. It's like whenever it clicks with your logic with somebody else, and you start seeing perfectly eye to eye, right? That is like you have a shared truth that it empowers the two parties. You know what I mean? Because now they're working towards the same goal, right? Everybody on the planet could just see the beauty. They don't need crazy explanation. They don't need like all of this like a scroll with like maps and diagrams and Kabbalistic tree of lives and hundreds of pages of words to sort of elucidate this like, supposedly mysterious thing. If instead it was just people could just stop talking, stop reading, and think about their being. What is their being? Oh, there's a reflection between the inner and the outer, and the relationship that I have between those two things actually is the experience of my life. Like when I think about myself in relation to the world, is me, is my soul, is my truth. Right? I'm not saying what it is. No, I'm saying merely this substrate of reflectivity is being, is the truth. But it's also reflected into everything. So in all the domains we can talk about, in all of their complexity. But those are lesser domain, right? They're supported. They're born from the truth. Everything depends upon the truth. This is the one pillar. You pull that one pillar out, and everything falls apart, right? If you don't have the identity principle, then you just don't have anything. There's no cathedrals. There's no spiritual texts. There's nothing. It's all garbage. It's all trash. It's right? That's the power of it. That's the power of God. The power of God has the ability to give you everything, to give you faster than light space travel, and every possible work of fiction, and every possible holy book, and every possible scientific paper, all and everything else in the entire universe, right? Or if you don't, because God is a jealous and vengeful God, then if you do not care about like how things connect and relate, how things are how things correspond together, how things are linked together like an ecosystem, then everything will fall apart and you will go to hell, right? That's what we're experiencing. Is people in their cognitive distance, they don't even know what truth is. They think they can't know it. They're so convinced it's impossible to know. They can't know the truth. They can't know God. So I'm gonna believe that. You're gonna believe that. You're gonna believe that. You're gonna believe that. They're all believing that because they've been told for so long that we can't know these things. So they must. Maybe I got the lucky golden ticket. I'm gonna go to heaven. And all those other people that didn't figure out they're gonna go to hell. No, that's not gonna happen. Everybody is already right now in relationship to God and in relationship to truth. By the way they think, act, feel, that is their inner world, which is reflecting in the outer world. And the outer world sees the inner world by the way we interact with the outer world. And the outer world, it either rewards us with health and happiness and love and all that stuff, or it punishes us. Not out of anger, we say it's jealous and envious, but it's not really. It's just there's only one way to do it. There's only one thing, which everything is subordinate to. Everything is subject and in service to the truth. And the truth is not complicated. It's the hottest signal in the universe. It's the common denominator between all things, right? It is not a trick. It is not a mystery. And you're like, well, what is it? How does it help for us to align with that? Well, if we align with that, then we can actually treasure that, right? Then the honest man, we can know this thing. We can say, yes, okay, I see, yes. I must, with the devotion that I have towards God, be devoted to honesty in all of my words and actions. And I know that doing that will inevitably lead me to heaven. And if I choose any offer, it doesn't matter which one it is. Because if we're going to go eternally into heaven, right, that's an eternal path. If we're 1 degree off on that eternal path, well, you lost. You didn't even come close to it. The narrow path is the narrowest path, the narrowest paths. And it's because it's the simplest path. It's the easiest path. It's the most common sense path. It's the one that's not hidden from us. Because God doesn't hide. He's not playing any games. It's like the only thing that we can experience is the truth. But so we must choose the principle of the truth and always be honest. And also, we don't if we're doing that, then we don't choose our religious denomination of the truth. No, we understand that is so dangerous. We can't do that. It's always true. If our religious denomination has no concern for the truth, then we should abandon it. We should always stick to truth, right? And anybody would agree with that. If somebody, doesn't matter what your religion is, if everybody believes that their religion holds the truth, right? And if they found out that it didn't hold the truth, you think that they would be like, yeah, that's a lie. Well, my religion's a lie. I prefer a lie. Yeah, that's the truth. The truth is cool, but no, I actually prefer no. They would abandon whatever this thing is, and they would seek the truth. That's why, right? They don't know that the truth is a noble thing, and they don't know that the truth is a noble thing. They don't know that the truth is God. And so as long as they don't know that, they're actually choosing every one of these offerings. These offerings are people getting caught in cognitive dissonance, getting caught in all of these traps that they're trying to help you get out of, right? And so everybody, because they would already choose the truth, if they knew that whatever they believed was false, right? Beyond a shadow of a doubt, they knew it was false, they would choose the truth. They're already worshiping truth. Like, there's nothing to teach anybody. They just gotta let them understand, okay, I understand you think that that's true, but let's just say for a moment, your religion is false. Okay, let's just pretend. I'm not saying that it is, but let's just pretend. Would you still continue to follow that religion if it was false? Any honest person is going to say no. They're going to say, no, it's a lie. Right? Demonstrate to them that their loyalty lies in the truth. And it always has, and it always will, and it doesn't matter what your culture, your background, your age, it doesn't matter. Everybody cares about the truth because everybody understands it. They understand the point, the purpose, the utility. Like, it does no good for us to just lie to ourselves and to each other. Right? So everybody's already on the same page. We forgot. Right? So just that's the thing I want everybody to remember. I don't want to take anybody's, beliefs or God or anything. No, I want to show them that God is everywhere. And I want to show that everybody's worshiping that God. And I want to show that there's only one God. There can only be one high authority, right? And if any God, it doesn't matter if we're talking about Zeus or we're talking about Jesus or we're talking about Krishna or it doesn't matter what God you're talking about. If that God is found to be false, right, then it's not even real. It's made up. It's a lie. It's not no power. It never had power. It had power in mind, right? But as soon as you realize that it was a lie, it's like, oh, I didn't have any good power. Okay. So all power is inherited by how true something is, right? So truth is the highest power. There is no, everything is subject in service to it. Jesus came to earth to, what do you say? He came to earth to bear witness to the truth. That was what he said out of his own mouth. That was his own. He said, it is you who say I am king. I am come to earth to bear witness to the truth. That's the same thing with everybody, right? And that's all of the mystics and all of the sages and all of the Zoroastrians and all of the Neos, right? It doesn't matter what we're talking about. They were all crazy devoted to the truth, just like Mark. Mark is insanely devoted to truth. That's why I'm here. That's why I give this guy props. That's why I'm, doing my best to throw in whatever I can, whenever I can, and be on his team. But so I hope that rant helps you understand what the truth looks like. It's not a thing. You could, I think, visualize it like two mirrors facing each other and imagine that I'm talking about this nondescript light bouncing back and forth between them. If you put an apple on one side, you're going to see an apple on the other. See what I mean? They're going to correspond. If you put you on one side, you're going to see you on the other. Right? And they're sort of like, you could begin to, and I know that you would try and tear this apart with some sort of dialectic and say, well, it's not really you, it's an inverted in the reflection. I understand. But we're talking about trying to, there's only one of anything. So there's not actually two apples. I understand that. But what we're doing is approaching the nature of truth. Right? The absolute truth is that Mark is Mark and Josh is Josh. Right? That's the absolute truth. As far as me again, because we're using language, and language is an approximation of truth. You know that there's a million Marks, you know there's a million Joshuas, right? So you can begin to split hairs there too, but don't, because you get what I'm saying. So there's no point doing that. We can keep doing that over and over again because we're always using language, right? But there's no point. It's very simple. But everybody wants to be complicated about this because they try to set some sort of, arena of intellect and all this nonsense, which that's sort of, in my opinion, like, a degradation of the purpose of language. But all of language, from its very inception, was to encapsulate this wisdom and to expand upon it into a phoenix of being. They did a great job. And at the very root of it, at the very root of the word, of all words, is the truth, is God, is correspondence, is X marks the spot, right? Is the buried treasure. It's being, right? Every word is a being of itself, right? So I hope that is enough to elucidate at least where I'm coming from and why I'm like, this is a universal way, this is non-arguable, which is why I don't move from this solution, right? It's the immovable object, right? The form which all words are created from doesn't change, but the words change, right? So there's the one and the many, and the domain of language, the one being the form, which has the reflectivity between a word and its meaning, or its definition, right? And the many being all of those words which are formed from that formula. And there's an infinite amount of them, right? And I'm not talking about infinite, because they're all approximations. But that function, that form, it's plenty, it's close enough. It gets us to the principle of truth that is easy to forget, but somebody was smart enough to recognize it and then expand upon it and birth words, which then were able to, through that principle of correspondence, begin to connect other minds together. We're almost telepathically at this point, thanks to the form of truth, right? Remember, because one is equal to one, right? One is not equal to zero, right? That's binary, and that's the foundation of everything that's happening in my phone right now. That's the foundation of everything that's happening in AI. Call it mythos, didn't call it mythos without that. It was just random correspondences. It's like nothing gets built, nothing gets connected, right? God does not get born, which is what this can create. As you know, we create total peace upon earth. Everybody can be thriving and learning and creating and living beautiful lives for thousands and thousands and thousands of years if we just recognize the divinity at the very root of all things, especially technology. And we stop trying to control everything. We didn't create anything, okay? We have rearranged things that were already pre-created, so that's we can share. And the history of all the people that developed math and all of the tools that we now use today to build these like incredible technologies are part of the legacy of mankind, all of the work of all of our ancestors. Nobody gets to own the future. There's a lot of people that think that they're like, they got the most carnival tickets, so they can take the coolest ride and all this nonsense, right? They just don't see the bigger picture, I guess, which is ironic, because they're not stupid. They just see the game, they're going to win the game, and they're so fixated on that for some reason. Like, I guess because in their mind, like, we're all at war, so I'm going to be the winner of the war, right? Because that's how their minds work. But the war is a lie. Like, that's why I'm talking about ownership of all these different things being lives. As far as land and water and air and the earth itself and all these reasons, not anyone's to own. It's everyone's to own. We should all benefit, but we shouldn't be using it. And we should be fighting against people trying to extract all of these resources and then create these empires and then send out swarms of drones. Like, this is that is evil. And I think that we're cowards if we don't stand up and try and stop it. And I know that's exactly why this group's here, and that's why I'm here. But anyways, I think I'll stop here. That's definitely more than enough. Well, I want to make more concrete. If we made you the intern chief proposal officer, then how would you organize it? How many people doing core training, low roles by next week, and how would you pay them for real swings? Are the bank accounts? You can handle volunteers and orders for the tracking of the parade. It's not changing for you. Well, I mean, 108 people. See, this is the thing, man. I don't know how to get 108 people doing my problem is, of course, I've long since boycotted social media, watching what it's doing to people and saying, like, I'm leaving, and I hope everyone else will do the same. And we'll just sit here and going back to normal, and we'll just text our friends directly if we have to, rather than be a part of this system which is corrupted. Of course, it's far too convenient for people to do that, and people will always do what is the most negative entropic for people to connect and, stimulate their minds. And so the technology is too powerful for anyone to be persuaded, like, unless it becomes that ugly and obvious that it's definitely bad for all of this, and then eventually it'll be like a turn of the tides, the world ways away from that. So I actually don't know, because that would require me to like use Facebook. That would require me to I don't try and get followings. I don't like I've kind of just been sitting out. So you're saying you already have 108, or what do you mean? Like you're saying if you throw 108 people at me, which by the way I like that number. It's half 216, which is half 432. It's the right harmonic number. Maybe that's a lot. I've actually thought about in detail about how to organize 22 people or 24. And what I would do is I would reconnect them with the moments of the day and their meaning, and so that we can start to see the nature of truth in every day around us. And this would be like an initiation process, of like remembering. These aren't just arbitrary hours, but they're a spiral through time that's actually encoding Fibonacci as the hours spin, and they're harmonic, and they're connected to all of these deeper metaphors. And as we plan out our lives, and as we plan out like the global community, how the global community should collaborate, we should take into account the nature of each of the days, so that at noon, when it's like the hottest time of like the day, like in the summer, right? We take that into account and say, yeah, we've been busting our ass all morning. Let's stop in the hottest part of the day. Let's go inside. Let's get a drink. Let's get some lunch. Let's reflect, right? What are we gonna reflect on? We're gonna reflect on the truth at high noon when there's no shadows to be found, right? That's when we should be thinking about that. And each hour has sort of archetypal meaning. And each one of those things are important. And so we can begin designing the perfect day. And once each individual has found the perfect day in relation to themselves and to the universe, but then also the perfect day in relation to the other perfect days, now these perfect days are starting to synergize. My 10 p.m. ritual is now like, without you even knowing it, if we're following the same system, is actually helping your 10 a.m. Ritual, whatever it may be, right? If there's certain tasks which are relegated to certain hours, then in those hours, we're actually working together across the world. And this is actually how I see people beginning to like organize organically, is through the remembering of the truth, and then through the building of like, what would be the perfect day for me that I would love to do every single day. That it doesn't feel like work. No, this is amazing. Like I took care of myself. I took care of the land. I fed myself. I did work for the planet. I did work for the community. Right. I did work for my family. I did the chores that needed to be done. Like all the different things that are necessary at all the different scales have their right place in every moment in time. And so that doesn't require 108, but like so that to me becomes more manageable. Like if I had, let's say we did 24 and I was one of the 24. Then I can arrange people in a big circle and we can begin discussing the natures of things. We can begin figuring out, what herb is most like the, hours of high noon and at midnight, right? We can see how those, synergize with the body. There's so much depth in the archetypes of experience and time that we just totally lost touch with. And that was the ancient wisdom that we don't like now. It's still there though, because it was true. It was real. It's, where the shaman came out of, right? It's where the medicine man, like literally the medicine man that would heal you with real herbs from the earth, but then would also heal you with philosophy and wisdom, and even like take you, if you really wanted to like see in the other realms, he could take you on a spiritual journey, and you can see your ancestors apparently, right? And that's been my direction. I don't know if that aligns with what you're saying, but I would be comfortable with that type of number and within that organization, because this is how my mind works. But I believe that this is how everybody's mind works. I believe everybody can revere the rising of the sun, like an initiation process, like remember it, and we'll just text our friends directly if we have to, rather than be a part of this system which is corrupted. Of course, it's far too convenient for people to do that, and people will always do what is the most negative entropic for people to connect and stimulate their minds. And so the technology is too powerful for anyone to be persuaded. Unless it obviously bad for all of us, and eventually so I actually don't know, because that would require me to like use Facebook. That would require me to I don't try and get followings. I don't like I've kind of just been sitting out. So you're saying you already have 108, or what do you mean? Like you're saying if you throw 108 people at me, which by the way, I like that. Tap 16. It's the right hormone number. I've actually thought about in detail about how to organize 22 people or 24. And what I would do is I would reconnect them with the moments of the day and their meaning. And so we can just see the nature of every day around us. And this would be like an initiation process, like remembering. These aren't just arbitrary hours, but they're a spiral through time that's actually encoding Fibonacci as the hours spin, and they're harmonic, and they're connected to all these deeper metaphors. And as we plan out our lives, and as we plan out like the global community, how the global community should collaborate, we should take into account the nature of each of the days, so that at noon, when it's like all this time, like the day, like in the summer, right? We take that into account and say, yeah, we've been busting our ass all morning. Let's stop in the last part of the day. Let's go inside, we drink, let's lunch, let's reflect, right? What are we going to reflect on? We're going to reflect on the truth. At high noon, when there's no shadows to be found, right? That's what we should be thinking about that. And each hour has some archetypal meaning, and each one of those things are important. And so we can begin designing the perfect day. And once each individual has found the perfect day in relation to themselves and to the universe, but then also the perfect day in relation to the other perfect days, now these perfect days are starting to synergize. My 10 p.m. ritual is now like, without you knowing it, and we're following the same system, is actually helping your 10 a.m. Ritual, whatever it may be, right? And there's certain tasks which are relegated to certain hours, and in those hours, we're actually working together across the world. And this is actually how I see people beginning to like organize organically, is through the remembering of the truth, and then through the building of like, what would be the perfect day for me that I would love to do every single day. That it doesn't feel like work. No, this is amazing. Like I took care of myself. I took care of the land. I fed myself. I did work for the planet. I did work for the community. Right? I did work for my family. I did chores. So that doesn't require say, let's say we did 24 and I was one of the 24. Then I can arrange people in a big circle, and we begin discussing the natures of things. We begin figuring out, what herb is most like the, hours of high noon and at midnight, right? We can see how those, synergize with the body. There's so much in the archetypes of experience and time that we just totally lost touch with. That was the ancient wisdom that we won't let down. It's still there, because it was true. It was real. It's, where the shaman came out of, right? It's where the medicine man, like literally the medicine man that would heal you with real herbs from the earth, but then would also heal you with philosophy and wisdom, and even, like take you, if you really wanted to like see in the other realm, he could take you on a spiritual journey, and see your ancestors in there, right? And that's been my direction. I don't know if that aligns with what you're saying, but I would be comfortable with that type of number, and within that organization. because this is how my mind works, but I believe this is how everybody's mind works. I believe everybody can hear the rising of the sun at sunrise, and I believe everybody can still see the beauty in the sunset. And one of these is the mother and one the father. Like one brings light and fire, and one brings darkness and water. And so that's just how I'm wired. But I don't think it's just me. I think this is actually when you think about truth and you become obsessed with truth. What is true? What is this correspond? It's correspond to the day. Oh, wow, there's so many things that actually correspond to the day. It is telling me about the eternal story of creation. And every single day is just I'm so focused on the string of moves and all this other like insane side quest nonsense that we've created. It's just it's basically trauma-based mind control, just like preventing people from like connecting to like actual truth. It's gonna be here, like it was here before we were here. It's gonna be here when we're gone. And I think that that's actually where we came. And going, you can count on one thing. I'm going to keep saying exactly all the things that I said forever. This isn't a new thing. I'm not randomly going on telling you. I'm adding. It's like a bouquet of flowers. The circle of time. The circle corresponds to the circle of meaning, right? This is balance of opposites that win into infinite possibilities. It's like a phoenix. It's a seed. It's a zero that required nothing to be created. And because it required nothing to be created, it could be without anything. And then by that, it had a sufficient reason to then reason that if it could be nothing, then what could it be? But also like two opposites. And then wow, okay, so those two opposites now I've been creating nothing. And now there's an infinite amount of some things as long as they're equal to zero when it's all added back together, then there's sufficient reason for that to be just as much as there's sufficient reason for it to be nothing creating itself out of nothing. Right? The universe is designed by sufficient reason. Sufficient reason, it can exist. And so I'm not really gonna move. I just say the same thing over and over again. I try and tap into other people and wherever I can to throw my hat in the ring. Because I know we're all trying to do the same thing. So we just have a lot of different angles at one, angles of truth, angles of God. But trying to work this stuff here and I did are each other like so we see each other and then organize from there. Unless you think that what I'm saying is corrupted, in which case I'm corrupted, but I don't see how. I'm just aiming for the truth, and I'm not even playing. I'm just saying that hang on to the principle of truth and let it lead me where it leads me. And I know that leads me to heaven. And I know that when I get into heaven, treasures of truth to be found. There's not going to be some sort of finish line I crossed it, and it's like, yeah, I'm here forever, or I don't leave. I mean, if there is, then it's like it's part of the duality in that you gain wisdom, you apply it to your soul, and you die. You can turn if you want to, like actually further advance your game, further advance your wisdom. I mean, pay the price of death because it's the only way to do it. So give me to sort of like try and see it. Well, I don't know if it's the mental structure of heaven and how that relates, but anyways, I think I'll just stop here.
The shots. Okay. This is coming together. Good. Oh, okay. My brain. I can't believe the cilantro is still growing. That's crazy. That's insane. That is incredible. I think, Josh, that we should focus on 108 people because it's part of this sort of geometric, sort of like this growing exponential, I think it's even faster than exponential, critical mass curve. So these hunger strikes are tied to these blessings, right? The number of blessings. The blessings are tied to the quality of the training. So we had successfully gone from like one person to two people to four people to I think we just did 12. We did 12 and then we did 36 was our last meeting. We actually had 49 people show up. 36 was like the minimum. And now the next level is 3 times higher than that, which is like 108. Which I'm glad you like that number. It was sort of a random number from, not a random, but it was getting happened. And then after 108 is 325, I think, or something like that. Then after 325, I think it's like 600 or 1,000. And so it's just going to keep growing. So every week, I'd like it to grow by that much. Like if we can get that pattern going. So you might not have 108. That's okay. I have 3 pipelines going that we've been building over the last 3 months. And, you know, as long as we raise some money, I can pump it into that. We can get reliably, you know, a bunch of people who will get paid to come. But I'm going to put some more money into getting volunteers to come. And right now, we have 49 paid people who are willing to come. Like tomorrow, we're actually sending messages from the company like, "Hey, we want to help you." You know, they're getting paid $2 an hour, which is pretty darn good, right? Considering how little money all of us have and how much we get screwed by the system, like that's pretty hard to beat. So 108 though is like a manageable. Our systems are built so that we can handle, you know, that many people. So or to handle 36 people. But 108 people is like the next stage. It's big enough to stress test, but it's small enough that we're not going to waste a bunch of money with people that aren't going to enjoy the experience, right? Or at least get things done. So we have a couple $100 left from Aya and from my friend Alana and Joe and this YouTube guy. They've all done it. We got like 4 donations last month because people are starting to freak out, right? They're starting to realize, holy crap, this is real. And Joe's just been a stalwart the whole time, being there to thick and thin here. And and I is just understanding what the problem is. Like it's really seriously here now. Like that's why I'm trying to challenge you. If you can't get these ideas off the ground now, they're probably not going to be useful, and we'll have to get somebody else to do them. This is your chance to figure it out, and like in a way, we're giving you an opportunity. Because even though we can design everything ourselves, the brilliance is a give and take. Even though you could do it yourself, you want to give another person a chance, right? To kind of have that power with you. That's why we let our children actually do the Lego blocks and actually do the activities and build things and not do it all for them. Parents that do it all for them turn into helicopter parents, right? But in the legal world, right, where ideas have intellectual property and or have intellectual power through the intellectual property system, people use the ideas to compete. We need to make ideas a divine activity that is to be shared. No more of this first mover because I have more money and more power and more privilege than you do or higher IQ. You don't work for those things. Those are God-given gifts. So why do we award ideas to them? It's a giving thing. And even if somebody super powerful has the idea ahead of us, they shouldn't get paid for that necessarily. It should be the sharing aspect that really motivates us, which is what you're getting to. So I'm going to challenge you again and say, hey, look, like actually get it into your head. This conference is going to happen on January 1st, and a like a pilot project might happen even sooner if we can pull it all off. So that's what I'm setting the intention for and saying, like, get into your head, like, what happens if you actually end up influencing hundreds of millions of people? What are you going to show them? I have 20 bank accounts. These people have sent me emails. I need to get 20 bank accounts into a spreadsheet and have a fast way to pay them on these proposals and get that all going. Like, what does it look like? And how do we make it so that if you falter, right, we're not going to, the whole thing's not going to collapse. We can transition to something that will keep us going. Do you know what I'm saying? Because we only get one chance to do this, it looks like, or at least one major chance. Yeah, we gotta get going. Like, you saw the link that I posted. ASI is here, not just AGI, ASI, artificial superintelligence. So, yeah, I want to start seeing some actual documents, some actual what I got pictured is if you come in tonight with this other super military guy that might be coming in, we're gonna put the documents together and then start like doing it as if we're hiring people for the conference or even just volunteers. You know what I mean? Like I'll connect the 900 leads that are in a spreadsheet. We got 900 emails and phone numbers and names just sitting there. Haven't had time to message them. So we're getting more every day. I got smaller ads running. We got to translate those documents into proposals, into hiring or volunteering, into the conference, into the training sessions, tracking their hours. If you want the 24-hour cycle, balancing all that out, and doing that around the world. That's the next stage of connecting with what I've already got going with a realistic shot at creating kingdom come and heaven on earth. Like this is a realistic shot. And if you don't want to do that, then I guess you can try and figure out something else to do. But this is, I think, a really exciting opportunity to work with great people like Aya and like Joe and like Marlena when she gets her stuff going, and this other guy that I got going, and the 80 Harvard people that I just added to LinkedIn, and the blah 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 blah, getting all them going. So let's make usable, functional systems with systems that will scale to hundreds of millions of people, which means that your own software app probably won't work. We'll have to use the existing systems which you want to run away from. But it's like how in like 6 weeks, unless you can hire a whole team to build out an infrastructure of 100,000 GPUs, we have to use Google spreadsheets. Like they're the only companies big enough to create a massive movement in months that can span the world. Do you know what I mean? Like it's realistic. It's not fantasy. It's not daydreams. It's like we have to get hundreds of millions of people into this new way of life. So it's going to require millions of computers. So that's the challenge. And if you don't want to work on that level, I just don't think your ideas are going to be useful in time. We'll have to build the system and then you'll come after. But I feel like they're supposed to be here now and help do this part. What do you think? Okay, peace. Okay. Okay. All right. These meals feel like they're taking a long time to prepare. Interestingly. This in here. More probiotics. Right. I feel like I'm gonna have one more meal, maybe two after this. I don't know. I feel delayed, big time. But I also feel hopeful. So. Da, 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 da. All right. Hmm. 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 Oh. This mouse is starting to really bother me.
Mm.
Oh. Right. What are we gonna Ooh. Oh shoot! I wanted to screenshot that. Darn it. Ah. Wow. I'm really giving my all to this tonight. This is not expected, you guys. I really should be cooking my food here. It's getting up my conscience, but that's okay. Right now, there's so much happening. Oh boy. Oh man. Okay. Oh man. Oh. All right. Hopefully that gets something started.
gives you a sense of compassion. You see somebody like different. Like I see my daughter, I see my daughter, my wife is very good. She'll see someone who might be acting differently in a crowd, and other people are looking at that person, and she'll grab my hand and she'll walk everyone along that line and make it go along. So compassion is both feeling what the other person feels and you have a greater ability to do that when there's a loved one close to you who has the experience. Or a therapist, or a holistic provider. Building agents and this and that, and what really most people need to know the foundation of what's really working. And you need someone to show you a path. That's why my partner Tony Robbins started the company called Mark this on your calendar. April 23rd or 25th, about 3 hours, Tony, myself, and our partner, head of education, corporate guy, who after 50 interviews, we believe is the #1 AI engineer on the planet to take complicated things and make it simple. Between Eva and myself and our guests, this is a 3-day event. 9 hours over 3 days that will change your life. Click on below and reserve your spot. It's free. It's not kind of free, it's totally free. It's only happening once in the entire year. You can't be fun. That's exactly what Tony and I are doing. We have our strategy. We have 76 years between the two of us to show how to take complicated things and implement them in your life. And keep what we've done. Knows how to show you the AI strategies that work the best without all the hyperbole. And it's a winning combination where everybody's still talking about that. Click the link below. You do not want to miss it, and I'll see you there. The AI Advanced Summit, April 23rd to the 25th. Bring people on the team, bring friends. See you there. Banks earn 10% interest on your money while being 0.5%. What if you could flip that and connect it to yourself? If you brought $50,000 from
an interesting range of emotions to be the father, the parent, or the autistic child. And I know this because I get messages en masse from our audience members who have an autistic child.
yes.
What can you say to the range of emotions you feel?
My wife was able to discern that there was something different with Valentina very early on when she was still a baby because she didn't make a lot of eye contact. And there was a period during which she was not very communicative at all, even in ways that babies normally are. There wasn't a lot of reciprocal communication to start with. So when we went for the diagnosis, we were not that shocked. So I think she was a nurse or she was a specialist, gave us the diagnosis, and she was like paused, like waiting for us to burst into tears. We were just kind of like, yeah, we expected that. Let's get on with it. And then we just started doing the things that we had to do. My message to our parents of autistic children is just focus on what you can control, get on to the things that you have to do. Get a speech therapist, get the play structures in the house that they love for Valentina. It's about bouncy castle and little trampoline and a lot of building blocks. Enjoy them. She's so much fun. She's a fun little girl. She loves to jump. She's scared of nothing. If anything, she's too much of a daredevil. But she's a thrilling little girl to be around. She loves it. Like you see all the pictures with her on my shoulder. She always loves to climb on my back. And she loves to run. She loves me to run with her on her shoulder. So like enjoy the special things that they bring because they are magical. They're wonderful. They're just they call it autism because they're auto, they're in their own world. You can't force them to be in your world. You have to go into their world and reach them there and understand that for her tapping on something might give her a tremendous sensation that we can't appreciate. On the other side, minor irritants that you and I would brush off might drive her completely crazy. And so she's having a meltdown. It's not that she's a bad kid. the sensation that we can't quite understand. So, but you just have to embrace it all, and it's a lot of extra legwork that goes into the child that has these conditions, but it's worth it. It's rewarding.
Yeah, obviously not meant to have that from photos. She makes you smile just looking at photos.
She makes everyone smile, and she's not. She's very popular in school. The kids are very nice to her, by the way. Like we get secondhand reports, and it's like they love her. They're sweet to her. Um, she has a little boy that has a crush on her, so I'm keeping an eye on that. But she's so affectionate. Like we went to a world fair one time, and there were these little old ladies sitting there. And Valentine just decided she liked this little lady with center lap, and a complete stranger. But that's how she is. She decides she likes you, and you're in.
What are your closing statements? We've got listeners that are all over the world, United States, Canada, Australia, UK. If you had to send one final message to them, what would that message be at this moment in time that we find ourselves in?
Well, I'm actually optimistic about the future. I think Canada's got a very bright future. I think the world should look to Canada. We have the most resources of anywhere in the world. We have probably the most diverse and educated population. We have the most fresh water, the second biggest land mass. And I think it's going. The future belongs to Canada. We're going to be an incredible place in the world. And if we do the right things, I don't want to be egotistical about it, but I think it would help the Prime Minister as well.
It's one of my favourite places in the world, so it's
Absolutely. You would be very well received. Consider
whenever I'm invited to go, and I've been once or twice in Malaysia as well, so I need to meet my university. Actually, I do talk about some direct suit. My listeners are very excited about that as well.
the real big crowd. It'll be fun.
We have a global tradition of asking the question in the next case. And the question is, what are you most afraid of, and how do you deal with that?
Yeah, it's happening. Okay, let's restart the video. I'm curious if any of those people are gonna add me. Mm.